Miggity, miggity, mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, miggity, 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 mic check, check, 1 2. Can you hear me? Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. Can you hear me? Random show settings. Random show settings. Wagwan people. Episode number 405. 405. 405. 405. 405. What's going on, people? What's going on? Day number two of 31. Wagwan people, how you doing? How you crack-a-lacking, people? Let me know in the stream chat. What you guys saying? What you guys saying? What's going on, people? What's going on? Thank you for joining me. Another episode of Random Show. We're here. Episode number 405. We're on day 2 of 31. We're aiming to hit 31 days marathon stream to get to 500 members. I've given myself ample time. I've gotten off the horse. I fell off the horse. I got stampled by the horse. I stopped for some cigarettes. I picked up some milk. I got a glass of water. Many delays, but we're here. Okay, we're here. We're queer, ready to rock. Of course, we're obviously doing this for the membership of fun. So if you want to join and become a member, link in the description down below. Opt in for a membership, gift the membership, all that good shit if you want. The links are in the description. But feel free to just like the stream along the way if you enjoy what you see, like what you see, like what you hear. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. I'm trying to get clips out on here as soon as possible, or as quickly as possible. I've got to balance both channels in it, so it's pretty difficult to get all of them out at the same time, but I'm trying my best. So I'm trying to push as many clips out on both channels as possible. So make sure to subscribe to the Random Show channel. If you like the stuff I talk about on TAS, subscribe over there too. I'm pushing out episodes as often as possible, so jump on them if you can. Today's episode, we're going to be talking a lot about the new TFATK studio. We're going to be going over Schaub show. We're going to be dissecting this chin situation. We're going to really dissect this chin situation. Really dissect this chin situation, right? This housing situation. Because he's in a bit of a he's in no man's land right now. We're also going to cover, there's a JAMARI video on VITALY I want to react to. There's a couple no jumper things I want to react to as well. ADV Sharp of all people. Interesting little back and forth between AD and Sharp. If we get some time, I might cover Julian, ex-producer of New Rory and More. He had a podcast episode recently, just dropped today actually, where he kind of claps back at Rory and More, sneak dissing him and firing some shots at him by explaining why he kind of got fired and what led up to it and what he thinks about them. So I might react to that if we have some time. There's a new podcast Cringe just dropped. We're gonna go over the podcast Cringe that just dropped recently with BERT, KREISCHER and fucking Tom on podcast Cringe Bites. We're gonna go after that Kalila video that you guys mentioned yesterday, the Kalila and Bobby Lee one. What else I've got to go over? That's about it, really. That's about it. But there's a jam-packed amount of stuff to get through. Long docket. Hopefully we get through it in the next 4 hours or so. So thank you for tuning in. Once again, Random Show settings. We're here. We're queer and we're ready to freaking rock. So if you enjoy what you see, like the stream, like my scream, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. Leave a comments, engage in the chat, all that good shit. And of course, if you want to join, become a member, and we hit the 500, so we can hit the 500, then of course, link in the description too. Okay, cool. Blessed. So, are you guys familiar with what's going on with this DESIREE PEREZ woman? DESIREE PEREZ is an executive of Rock Nation. I think she was formerly a part of, I'm assuming, Def Jam probably in the past, or maybe Rockefeller. I'm not too sure what her exact lore is. But the interesting part about DESIREE PEREZ's story is that, if I'm not mistaken, she snitched on the cocaine deal. Like, she was an informant, like somebody, I think it was an ex-boyfriend or somebody, one of her partners back in the day was a cocaine smuggler. And she kind of, she was a cooperative witness. which makes it odd why Jay-Z decided to kind of work with her, because, you know, a lot of people in hip hop have this like no switching policy, but this lady was, if you believe what you read online, she was like a big time snitch, because she brought down like a proper, like, you know, like not even like a cartel, you know what I mean, like a proper organized crime syndicate type of thing, who was smuggling in and importing drugs in. But she kind of got away with it. No one in fucking hip hop really talks about it too much, because she's Rock Nation. I guess people kind of let it fly, and because people are scared of Jay-Z, you don't really examine that thing too closely. But her name's come up a lot now because of the whole Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion shit, and she's kind of played. People are suggesting may have played an instrumental role in some of the narratives that are being spun about Tory, maybe some of the hits after him, whatever. I don't know. All conspiratorial shit. But an interesting development has happened from this Desiree Perez's personal life that might add some credence to this idea that she's very powerful and Rock Nation are very, you know, sketchy of a organization. Because there's been this recent story that just broke on social. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, which is the following, right? This is the what I've seen on socials. And again, take it with a pinch of salt. It's coming from Baller Alert, I know. Take it with a pinch of salt. Apologies. But from balleralert.com, Rock Nation CEO Desiree Perez accused of forcibly committing her daughter to a psychiatric facility. Interesting. So, Florida woman Demory Hadley is accusing her mother, Rock Nation CEO Desiree Perez, of using her influence to stage a forced psychiatric commitment to South Florida, allegedly trying to break up her marriage and cut her off from her husband. In a lawsuit filed in Miami-Dade County and obtained by an NBC, Hadley claims that Perez weaponized the Florida mental health system using the Baker Act and the Marcham Act to detain her without justification. The suits of the false imprisonments and harassment and civil conspiracy. What's that said? So what's that again? In a suit filed by, what you guys saying in screen chat? Oh, I'm upside down. Shit, sorry, my bad. My bad. I'm upside down. My bad. Apologies. Bear me one second. Cool, there we go. I shouldn't be upside down anymore. Thank you for letting me know. In a lawsuit filed with Miami-Dade County and obtained by NBC Miami, Hadley claims that Perez weaponized the Florida mental health system using the Baker Act and the Marcham Act to detain her without justification. The suit claims Perez and others false imprisonment, harassment, and civil conspiracy. Now, I don't know about you, but if this lady is capable of forcibly putting her daughter into psychiatric commitment, if the daughter claims to be not, you know, of sane mind, but she's being forced into it because, you know, maybe it's a falling out of her mum, maybe she did have problems in the past. But if the daughter feels like she's being forced and there's literally nothing wrong with her, that's very, very, very spooky. If this woman could do this to her daughter, just imagine what she could do to fucking Tory Lanez. That guy stood no chance, innit? Tory Lanez stood no chance. The forces he was going against, he stood no chance. I still think it's really funny that there's this narrative that people are running with, that Tory Lanez is somehow this like super powerful, influential artist that Rock Nation are trying to, like, I don't know, like, I just don't buy it, bro. Like, maybe the whole shooting of Megan thing is a bit dodgy. Maybe there's some, you know, inadequacies in the stories of the people involved and some holes in the accounts. But I don't think I'm going to buy this narrative that Rock Nation's conspiring to bring down Tory. It's like, bruh, are Rock Nation conspiring to bring him down, or was he just too horny and he paid the ultimate price? Somebody said that to me the other day, didn't they? Who said that to me on the comments one time? I think, yeah, someone left a comment on one of the clips. I said, someone left a comment like, oh yeah, there's like, what you call it? Being a gallist in the UK, we say being a gallist, like being a ladies' man. Like, there's consequences to being a gallist. Like, you're not a gallist without consequences. There's usually some level of consequences to being a ladies' man, or for, you know, chasing the ladies around. And I think, you know, Tory Lanez unfortunately is paying the price for that situation. I don't necessarily buy this idea that Rock Nation's conspiring to keep him down and to shut him up and kill him and shit. I don't know, bro. you're in a prison, innit? You're gonna, like, I don't know, even that prison thing, that prison stabbing, it's like very sad and obviously horrible. But do I believe fucking Rock Nation put a hit out on him, or is that just some prison shit? Like I said before in the past, I think I've said it before in the past. Like, I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. Like, a lot of these rappers going to prison, maybe it speaks a lot to their street ties. A lot of rappers go to prison and they seem to have a bit of a easy ride. I feel so. Hold on, you're like fresh meat in a jail full of people with no options. You know, lifers and shit. I'm actually surprised more of those situations. Again, terrible as it was against Tory Lanez, I'm surprised those things will happen more often. To be honest, it's some prison shit. You know what I mean? You're stuck in prison. The guy that did it to him allegedly was a guy that was on life, that serving life in prison for killing, I think, his girlfriend. He must have been like 19 and she was 14 or something crazy like that. So these are some psycho people. So it shouldn't be that surprising that, you know, that happened. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this whole thing. I just brought it up because I heard people on the timeline talking about it, and I don't know if I can take this seriously if people actually believe that the whole Rock Nation's conspiring to hold Tory down, but I'm not really sure what they're holding him down for. Our Rock Nation may be looking after their artist and their fucking client in Megan Thee Stallion and making sure to kind of besmirch Tory's name and put out some bad things about him and shit. Probably, I agree with that. But do I believe that Rock Nation are sending out hits in federal prison? But this does sound suspect. I'm not going to lie. This does sound suspect. This lady doing this to her own daughter is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Parents are usually very slow to commit their kids, you know? They're not very quick to do this sort of thing. It's like committing your own parents, you know what I mean? You're not going to do this until it's like the last option. So for a Hispanic lady to put her child in a mental institution when that child says she's not mental, it's a bit nuts, especially with the means and you know, whatever wealth that, you know, she has. It seems a bit excessive. It seems a bit crazy. So maybe there's something in this. Who knows? Let's continue. The decision reportedly came after a phone consultation with Dr. Daniel Boba, who authorized a commitment without evaluating Hadley in person. How can you authorize a commitment? Can you do that? Is that possible? Can you authorize a commitment to a mental institution over the phone? I'll be sounding mad crazy over the phone, bro. How are you gonna commit me over the phone? You're not even gonna touch me. You're not even gonna have a face-to-face conversation. You're just gonna like tell me, yeah, you're going right now.
Powerful bunch.
Hey, big up Younger Vibes.
Jay-Z said, "Forget Dame Dash and Nas. You know who I really hate, Tory."
Exactly. You know what's funny about Dame Dash? Like, I used to watch a lot of Dame Dash's like motivational videos. The one we used to do with that black guy, the barber dude. Like, I think they had a bit of a falling out. I think they're back together again. But you know, I used to watch a lot of those videos, and that era of Dame Dash, he used to say the most craziest shit about Jay-Z. He'd bring up Jay-Z in every conversation, say the wildest shit about him. And from all I remember, Jay-Z didn't really do nothing to him financially. The worst thing I think Jay-Z did to Dame Dash in that period of time, where Dame was telling everybody that Jay-Z was a devil and he stole Rock Nation from him and didn't pay him for this and didn't pay him for that, and Rockefeller. The worst thing Jay-Z did to Dame Dash was that time when Jay-Z had that museum exhibition. Do you guys remember that? There was like this really cool museum exhibition that Jay-Z did. I think it might have been for like the Blueprint album or something. And I think in that museum document or the catalog, it didn't mention Dame Dash. Like, there was no acknowledgement of Dame. I think that really that really hurt Dame Dash. I think there was no acknowledgement, no representation, no nothing of Dame Dash in that whole museum thing. Pretty crazy. So it's funny, Younger Vibe says that because it's like, yeah, let's not go after Dame Dash or Nas. Let's go after fucking Tory. After meeting with Mr. Hadley and speaking with her mental provider, members of her family decision was made to initiate the Baker Act in order to ensure her safety. Ailing to take appropriate action would have been breach of Dr. Boba's ethical and professional obligations. Hadley tested negative for drugs, but is still held under the Markham Act at the Life Skills, South Florida, until her release on April 8th. She claims that PEREZ made false domestic violence claims against her husband, Javon Hadley, a charge PEREZ denies in her countersuit, citing concerns for her daughter's well-being. Again, this is messy family shit, But I'm not gonna lie, like a Hispanic Latina woman admitting her kid to a psychiatric facility, it seems a bit crazy. It's a little bit excessive, you know. This is usually the last resort. The last resort. So this maybe shows you the lengths that these guys are willing to go. Well, there's more. There's actually a report about it via this. I think it's NBC or ABC. There's actually a report. Somebody posted this video. I can't find the full video on YouTube. Let's just watch this screen recording. Somebody recorded this report of this whole thing that DESIREE PEREZ is going through.
About who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. Pinging her, or? Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up, and he's going to bake her out.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
DeMaury Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the...
Wow. Wow, man. They're luring her to get admitted is fucking crazy. Yo, America's a wild place, man. I'm seeing ICE agents rocking up to places with no fucking, not declaring themselves, no badges and shit, just wrapping people up, taking them out, you know what I mean, taking them away, shipping them back where they came from, just bang, straight off, yeah, middle of shopping. They fucking, you know, they get they convince you to meet somebody you think is a client, then suddenly you wake up, you're in a mental institution. Yo, America's a wild place, man.
The landscaping company she runs with her then boyfriend, now husband. But according to her lawsuit, when she showed up, she was approached by several people,
We're going to take her.
including Dr. Daniel Bober, the chief of psychiatry at Memorial Regional Hospital, who also runs a private practice and has been featured as a mental health expert on media outlets.
Jesus Christ, this is scary shit. Again, I don't know, maybe the daughter is actually a bit loopy, but this is kind of insane, bro. This is kind of insane. Doing all of this to admit your own daughter, it's kind of insane. Like, isn't there like a way that you can do this without all this skullduggery? Without all this cloak and dagger shit? Like, this sounds so sinister. Like, it sounds like a kidnapping plot, you know what I mean? Does it have to be like this?
Including NBC6.
I already knew I had intuition. Something is not right here.
Deputies also had questions for those present, at least at first.
Who are you guys?
So we're a mobile crisis team working with Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital.
Okay.
So
Memorial Healthcare tells us there is no mobile crisis team affiliated with the hospital, and Dr. Bober did not respond to our inquiry.
So there's no mobile crisis team, which basically means DESIREE PEREZ has enough pull and weight that she got one of the head guys in that hospital to do like an on-site visit and take that girl from wherever she was to the place. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, you know? Do you like, I'd imagine most mental health institutions are probably quite pricey. They're not cheap places. So they needed real money to fucking arrange this whole thing. All those staff going, you know, off-site and shit. Like, god damn it, bro.
We found the people seen here, James Fondo and Stephen and Jessica Cady, are
I bet Chris Mack. Okay, cool. So it is, cops do get involved. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can get an order from a judge, but when that happens, they just issue a warrant and the cops go in and get them. That must be so scary, bro. If you're going through an actual mental health episode, you're schizophrenic, you're psychotic, whatever's happening, the last thing you need is fucking the boys in blue pulling up, innit? That's the last thing you need, bro. You don't know your arse from your elbow. You're really going through it. You're in hell. And then the boys in blue roll up. You know what I mean? Like, screaming at you to get down. Like, oh, yeah.
actually owners of Sig9, a private security company. The men, both former high-ranking BSO officers, according to their bios.
Wow.
Am I being detained?
for now, you mean?
The Baker Act, which Dr. Bober was citing, allows a physician to order someone they've examined in the previous 48 hours be held against their will in a mental health facility if they pose a risk to themselves or others, and the doctor can ask law enforcement to take them there.
Please tell my doctor he's never seen me.
But how do you prove that, though, as well? How do you prove somebody's at risk to themselves and to others? Like, this lady looks perfect. She looks perfectly sane to me. You know, but it's obviously a snapshot. We don't know the whole story. But how do you actually prove that somebody is a harm to themselves and to others? You push them in a corner, you ask them certain questions, you have to record the instances where they're being harmful to themselves or others. Like, how do you actually prove that?
My life.
A concern DeMore raises several times in the video.
He's a doctor. He's part of the mobile crisis unit.
I've never spoken to him.
I don't care.
And she also says he never examined her. On the Baker Act paperwork, Dr. Bober certified he did that exam at 5:56 p.m. that day.
Yeah, big up Chris Merck. My parents tried to have me committed for severe drug addiction. Once, LOL, the cops came at 5 and dragged me to the courthouse where I sat for 6 hours, talked to the psychiatrist and got released. Jesus Christ. God bless parents, man. They probably meant the best for you, but that's fucking extreme, bro. I don't know. Fucking tell me to take a cold shower or something. I don't know. Have a chat. I don't know. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's not do the first thing sending me to a psychiatric place, because especially these days, there's no telling. I might not get out, man. Especially someone like myself. I know me. You put me in a psychiatric facility, I may not leave. There's a danger that I may not be released. You know, they might get me in there and think, you know what, it's a good thing you're here. It's a good thing you're here. You're home. Welcome home, you know? Like those cults. You know how those cults do? Welcome home. Like, honestly, don't fucking put me in a psychiatric facility, because I'm going to have a blast.
Day. The same time, video shows them all still in that parking lot. He diagnosed her with an unspecified psychosis, adding she was a risk to herself.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
He told me we received a call from your family.
That's a young lady. Again, appearances can be deceiving, but she looks fairly well-to-do to me. She doesn't look crazy. She doesn't look psychotic to me, in my opinion. But again, snapshot, we're not heard the whole story. Yeah, a bit younger vibes. Yeah, wake up with Wes Watson screaming in your face, exactly. Yo, bit up Stoic Savage. Psych units are no joke, bro. I do a year in prison over a week there. Yeah, no, for sure. My description or my thinking of a psychiatric unit, I think, just comes from, regrettably and embarrassingly, comes from comic books. You know what I mean? It comes from Joker. Do you know what I mean? That's where my idea of a psych unit comes from. It comes from the Batman. It comes from Penguin, that series on HBO and shit. I'm the worst example, so don't listen to me when it comes to that sort of shit.
That you tried to OD the night before and you're being Baker acted. And my question was like, what are you talking about?
Experts tell us it's common for doctors to take families' concerns into account, and ultimately the decision to Baker Act someone is up to the healthcare professional on scene. In the lawsuit, DeMore says she has no mental health history and does not use illegal drugs.
This is where also I'm going to have to go cap on this young lady. I have to go cap on this. Your mum doesn't just go and put you in a psych unit for nothing. There has to be something happened in the past. Maybe she doesn't want to, disclose it. Maybe her husband doesn't know either. I get it. But that sounds a bit sus. You have no history of mental health at all. 0. And your mum just woke up one day and thought, yeah, let me send you to a psych ward. Come on, girl. Tell the truth.
She also shared records from Memorial Regional showing drug test results from that day were negative.
I have concerns about how...
I'm not sure drug tests can... What does a drug test prove, though? Surely you can be psychotic or have a manic episode and be on no drugs. What does that prove?
All of this happened.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing DeMore in the lawsuit she filed this month, alleging she spent nearly 2 weeks falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act, a similar law that allows involuntary substance abuse treatment. She claims it all stems from an ongoing dispute between DeMore and her own mother, who denies the allegations, saying in a motion to dismiss the lawsuit that the family attempted to get help out of concern for her daughter's physical and mental well-being.
I've been practicing law for 20 years and I've never seen a case like this before.
DeMore...
I hate people say that, by the way. I hate people say that. I hate every person that says that should be thrown off a tall building. I've been a law enforcement officer for 27 years. This is the worst I've ever seen. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, man. Get thrown off a building somewhere. Shut the fuck up. No, it isn't. No, it isn't the worst. Shut up. Stop sensationalizing things. Stop saying cliche shit. Shut up.
His lawsuit claims deputies never verified the identity of the individuals on scene and took their word despite DeMore repeatedly voicing concerns. In a statement, SIG-9 says they were engaged by a licensed mental health professional to assist with a voluntary transport for psychiatric evaluation to avoid the...
Fucking hell, bro. Mumsy hired a fucking security team called Sig9. Isn't that named after a gun? Isn't Sig9 a gun? Serious security, private security firm to transfer her daughter from one place to a psychiatric. Like, I don't know, bro. That's when you know you and your mum are not on good terms. That's when you know you and your mum are not on fucking good terms. When she's hiring private security to take you to a psychiatric unit.
Need for law enforcement intervention.
So I can't drive myself?
No, you're gonna have to go with them.
Video shows DeMore asked to be transported by deputies and was told this.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're gonna be in handcuffs, so dog's not gonna be able to come?
I don't want to be in handcuffs.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna wait. We're gonna take you to their vehicle.
A deputy encourages DeMore to get into this truck.
You can't just force a woman into a dark gray truck without validating or verifying the story that's being told.
A BSO spokesperson says the incident is now under review.
I don't think I've ever felt so alone and unseen and unheard in my whole entire life.
To be fair, that daughter's not telling the whole truth. I'm not going to lie. The daughter's not telling us the whole truth. There's more to this story. It just seems weird. Like, if what she's saying is true and her mum just tried to admit her to a psychiatric unit with no previous issues of mental health issues in the past ever, that was the first time she's ever been, you know, confronted with that in her life, then that's fucking fucked up. And maybe puts a lot more weight in this idea that there's this conspiracy theory to kind of put Tory in prison and to lie about the shooting with Meghan and shit. Maybe I believe that, but it just feels like there's more to the story that this lady isn't really sharing.
Memorial Healthcare tells us they can't talk about this case because of the pending lawsuit. Dr. Bober told us initially he couldn't discuss the case because of privacy restrictions. Then DeMore provided a release allowing him to speak with us, but so far we have not heard back. In a statement, Sig9 denied the allegations, adding, "Our role was limited, lawful, and conducted in good faith under the direction of a licensed physician." Again, DeMore's mother denies any wrongdoing, claiming her action.
Like, how much you have to hate your daughter to do that, though, by the way? Yeah, a bit of case of, yeah, that sounds good. Case of Moses sounds like a typical relationship between a Hispanic mother and her lovely daughter. But come on, man. How much you have to hate your daughter to do that? To put your daughter in a psychiatric, like, what? Off the back of an argument? What, because she doesn't like her husband or something? She doesn't approve of the husband or something? Maybe she thinks the husband's bad. Like, that's what you want to do? No talk. No argument. No, like, slaps and shit. Just straight psychiatric unit. Okay. Okay, so... Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. There's some pictures here courtesy of Academics TV showing parts of the lawsuit. I'm shrinking what the girl is putting towards DESIREE PEREZ. Unfortunately, these are below. DESIREE is a history of using illegal tactics to get even if it requires using rubber gloves and providing false information to authorities. What? DESIREE PEREZ is using rubber gloves while what? That's okay. Next picture, Desiree at an unknown time conspired. Sorry, allergies. Desiree conspired at an unknown time conspired with others. Sorry, Desiree at an unknown time conspired with others to surreptitiously plant a camera into Hadley's bedroom without her knowledge. What? Excuse me? Conspired to surreptitiously plant a camera in her daughter's bedroom without their knowledge, which existed since at least July 18, 2022. Desiree literally admitted this fact in a frivolous lawsuit she filed against Javon. In her complaint, Desiree even included a snapshot from the illegal recording device in Hadley's bedroom. In addition to a legal camera, Desiree also planted listening devices inside their bedroom. Yo, Rock Nation is one scary fucking organization. This is one of the women that's at the top of that organization, and she's out here planting secret cameras in her daughter's bedrooms and her fucking microphone, listen devices. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Is she into some Diddy shit? Is she just concerned for her daughter's well-being? Like, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, I don't know what to make of it.
Who called the deputies there, but it appears...
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, people. I don't know what to make of it. But she sounds fucking crazy. Really does fucking crazy. Let's see this. What's this post say? Let's see this one. Desiree's statement was not the same. Sorry, Desiree flaunted her power as the CEO of Rock Nation and claimed that she had a Pinterest police in her pocket. She had Pinterest police in her pocket. Desiree confronted Javon and told him, "I know everything that happens with you and DeMarie. If you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed." In response, Desiree rented a house directly across the street from Hadley's in Homestead, pointed a camera towards their home, and ordered private investigators, many who were unlicensed, to stalk and harass the Hadleys. The investigators who stayed across the street worked for RTS Research in New York City. RTS investigators followed Hadley 24 hours a day, 7 days per week. Shit. Okay. Thoughts and prayers to Desiree's daughter, bro. It's kind of peak for you still. But I'm starting to believe these fucking Tory Lane conspiracy theories now. I'm starting to believe them, I'm not gonna lie. Rock Nation are not to be fucked with, bro. Rock Nation are not to be fucked with. This woman is out here fucking putting her own daughter in a mental institution because what? She had a falling out with her daughter or something. This is fucking crazy, bro. Absolutely fucking crazy. And notice how quiet all of hip-hop media are on this story. Most of the people in hip-hop media aren't even speaking about this. It's not a story at all. On podcasts, on fucking radio stations and shit, YouTube channels, everyone's avoiding this story like the fucking plague. They're acting like it doesn't exist. For good reason, probably. For fucking good reason. But Jesus Christ, that's scary. Jesus Christ, that is scary. Moving on. Let's talk about Chin. So, as most of you guys know, there's been a crazy thing going on with Chin, with TFATK at the moment, or Thick Boy, whatever, Brendan. It seems like, or not, it seems like, it is, Chin has let it be known that he's basically homeless. And I'm trying to work out whose fault this is. I'm trying to figure out with my small little brain whose fault it is that Chin moved to Austin, Texas with no accommodation sorted and is now frantically trying to get a place sorted because they've now moved to Austin, Texas, Brendan and Brian. Whose fault is it really? I'm not too sure. I'm really trying to figure it out in my head. I'm not too sure. My initial feeling, my initial reaction, because I'm a student and a fucking alumni of the Jocko Willink School of Extreme Ownership, I'm going to say it's all Chin's fault. As terrible as a boss Brendan is, or I could imagine he is, and as pointless as Brian Callen is, I would still say Chin, knowing how they are, having worked with those guys for maybe over a decade, I think it is now, he should have known better and he should have had his own house in order. He should have got his own affairs in order. He shouldn't have waited this long. You know, his fault. But the other side of me thinks to myself, given the amount of service, blood, sweat and tears that Chin has given to fucking Thick Boy, The Fire and the Kid, Below the Belt, fucking Food Truck Diaries, Calabasas Fight Companion, all of the other things they've been doing over the years, given the amount of work, given his life basically that he's given to fucking Brendan, you'd think he'd owe him the favor of maybe helping him out with sorting out a place, maybe hooking him up with his realtor, maybe if push comes to worse, allowing Chin to stay in one of his fucking rooms in his fucking big mansion. I'm sure there's one room free, maybe two, maybe there's a guest house free in the back or something. But for some reason, that hasn't been the option. And I'm wondering why it's the case. Is it because Brendan's a cunt? Is it because Chin's like, you know, very shy and doesn't want to ask for anything, or doesn't want to accept it if Brendan has offered? So he's kind of preferring to do it on his own. What's actually going on? Because this is a pretty sad situation all around. I know I like to laugh at Chin. I take great pleasure at mocking him and shit on the Chin vlog reactions I do on here. But
powerful bunch.
Pick up Odysseys.
Jocko's extreme ownership, huh? Tell him about slavery, B. Okay. Maybe good point. Touche. Good point.
I'm on that Kanye time. Slavery was a choice. Anyway, let's just get into the video clip. Let's just get into the video clip and play it. Pick up the Fight in the Kid subreddit. This is a clip that kind of gives you an idea on what's going on, and you can read a lot from this clip. I think you can read basically the whole thing. You can read everything from this clip. I'm pretty sure you can read everything from the feeling that exists in the TFATK studio and whether or not Chin's happy with his current situation. Let's freaking go.
Let's try it out, buddy. Yeah, we are live from Austin, Texas. First show in Austin, Texas.
Look at that. Do you hear that echo? You hear that lovely, lovely echo? You know why it's echoing like that? It's because this new studio's in a garage. It's not an actual studio. It's a garage. It's a garage with like a tin roof. It's made out of concrete. And they're on the mezzanine floor of this garage. I'm sure that floor is probably plywood or something, right? There's no fucking soundproofing, insulation, zero. So that sound is going to be rattling, vibrating through the entirety of that rectangular structure. And God forbid if Chin and Nick, whoever, Casey and Brian, whatever, God forbid if they all start yapping together. God forbid if they all start talking over each other. It's going to be echoey as fuck in there. Echoey as fuck. No filters will save that shit. That room is probably the worst setup possible for anything that concerns audio. But what do I know?
It is June 1st. The boys pulled it off. Shout out to Brian, Chin, and Casey. We got it done, baby. It's still a work in progress, but we got enough to do a show today. Got Fire in the Kid later today, so we're up and running, man. It's been a beast.
Brendan probably showed more concern, probably showed more interest, and was probably more urgent and more pushy with this studio being set up and ready to go than figuring out or finding out if Chin was okay, accommodation wise, if Chin was settled. I bet you he felt more concerned about the studio than Chin's well-being, despite having dragged Chin from LA to Texas because he went to follow Joe Rogan. Or because he went to save some money in his kid's private school. Pretty scummy.
Yeah, having this whole thing come together. So it's bare bones right now, but we got a lot more to add. We're on the second level of the studio now. Below is, well, they're coming. Will be 2 bent pack car lifts. We'll have a whole kind of thing down there for all that drive fast, all gas stuff.
By the way, he's acting as if like this is like a really large space. It's not that big. So I'm not too sure where these lifts are fitting in. I'm not too sure how they're going to fit this whole thing. Like, I don't know what the vision is. I don't know if the vision is to be a garage that he just does work on trucks that he's going to give away, or if it's going to be a storage facility, a quote unquote garage. Not like, let's not say a garage for storage, but a garage to work. Like, look, is it going to be a garage to mod and to fix cars? Or will it be a storage garage, or will it be both? If it's going to be both, it's impossible that they're going to fit everything in. If they do, it's going to be a very chaotic space because the studio or the whatever the podcast studio is a mezzanine floor. It's just literally above. There's not that much room. It's also not the highest. It hasn't got the highest ceiling. I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen it yet, if it's true, but I'm not even too sure if Brendan can stand up without bending down slightly on that mezzanine floor. It doesn't look that high. It doesn't look that much clearance from the roof and shit. So it's going to be an interesting fit to fit all that stuff in, that vision he's got of having a rag, the lift. I don't know if he's just saying that to be like cool and to be like a car dude, but it's sounding a little bit dicey.
Storage for the whips. So then upstairs is all podcasts. So that's what we're trying to do, dude. Might be a little echo because we have high ceilings. We'll figure it out as we go.
People are saying, and Brendan's probably too big of a mouth to know this, but people are saying that allegedly in the city of Texas, or whatever state of Texas, sorry, you're not really allowed to have like dual purpose units like this. So if you have a studio, it can't be a garage. If you have a garage, it can't be a studio. Like, oh, you have to get special permission. But all that to say, it's probably likely that some very nefarious, ill-intentioned homeless cat will most likely put in a call to the Texas fucking state, whatever, whoever deals with this, building regulation people, and probably let them know that he is operating like that in his facility and he'll get it shut down. You know what's going to happen, you know? They'll take, some homeless cats will take great glee, great pleasure in getting his shit shut down if he does try and do what he said he wants to do, which is build out a garage and a studio in that one space, because allegedly it's illegal or not. You're not permitted to do so in Texas. It's actually dumb for him to share it. He should have just kept it to himself, but I guess, you know, he was going to share it one way or the other anyway, but it might end up being the worst thing he's ever done because they might end up shutting it down, which will add more delays and more issues.
We will figure it out, man. Life in Austin. What'd you guys do? You guys got in what, Friday?
Yeah.
And you're here.
I'm not too sure about you. But this picture right here, this pause right there, looks like a man that's stressed. Even Casey looks stressed. He's not even living in Texas. I think Casey's just like a good friend and a colleague, because him and Chin have got quite close over the last few months, and they've been hanging out a lot. I think Casey went there just to help out Chin. Chin looks stressed. That looks like a person that's got a lot of worry on their mind. Now, don't get me wrong. Chin's a bit of an idiot. Chin is a bit of an idiot because Brendan and Brian, like them or lump them, they have been talking about this Texas move for a while. Brendan won got his house super quickly. You know, Brian moved into his house a bit later, but they've been talking about this Texas move for a long time. I don't know what Chin was waiting for. I don't know if Chin thought these guys are going to change their mind lastminute.com. I don't know if he was still debating if he's going to go or not, because I have heard a rumor allegedly on the TFATK subreddit. There's a rumor going around that allegedly Chin actually did have some options for jobs in LA that kind of fell through. He was actually that might explain why he hasn't got a crib. Maybe he was waiting for those job offers or interviews that he went to or went for to come back to him, but he didn't come back to him in time, and he was hoping that one of them would have said yes in the time before he would have moved to Austin, and then he could have also said, no, I'm staying here, bye. But that's a word on the TFAK subreddit, is that Chin didn't actually want to go to Austin. He was waiting for a job offers to come through in LA. They didn't come through, and now he's in Austin, doesn't know what to do. That could explain what's happening right now. The other thing to note in this particular screen grab, in this particular pause, is the studio space. That is the floor that they're talking about. That's the first floor. That's the back of the wall. There is no natural light that comes in it. There's no windows. There's no windows. There's no natural light that comes into that building. Maybe apart from the door that's at the front, right? But this is the top floor. This is the first floor, the mezzanine floor. There's a set of stairs that run down there. And Chin and I guess Brendan sits on that side, right? With his back to the wall, facing another wall. It's such a weird setup. It's such a strange setup. I'm not even too sure how sturdy that first floor is in terms of occupancy and shit. I don't know if it's meant to be sat in and that long. I don't know what the building regulations are, but it doesn't look like a space that's kind of built for has a studio in it. If anything, it's going to cost. I wonder why they didn't just build. For those of you in the stream chat that know more about fucking building and shit, why couldn't you just bought a space that's already purpose built? Surely it will cost way more to retrofit this into a studio, or to bring up to spec to be like a studio that could actually be of use or be of good use to like do audio and video in. Because I don't know what, you're gonna have to soundproof it, you're gonna have to do something to the walls, you're gonna have to change the roof, I'm assuming, right? It's a tin roof, right? It's one of those kind of wavy fucking roofs that you get in garages, right? Those fucking tin ones. You have to do a lot of work to get this up to spec to be a fucking podcast studio. Why don't you just buy one? Or maybe podcast studios are so expensive that even if you just get a garage or warehouse space and you then convert it into a podcast studio, it's actually works out cheaper. Maybe. The studio reminds there's no such thing as a podcast studio for sale. Not like maybe something with better specs than a garage like this then. Maybe that's what I probably mean. Maybe not like a concrete shell with a tin roof. You know? That's what it is, right? It's a concrete building with a tin roof, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe that's not the best option. Or maybe it is. Concrete walls, maybe you can soundproof those easier than plywood. I don't know. Either way, it's a bit of a shit show. Let's press play.
And you're here till
Thursday?
Yep. And then, Jim, when do you move out here?
Oh, big up, Addy Z. Wait for the rainy day. A rainy day will explode in sound because Baba is cheap. Oh yeah, true. The rain on that fucking roof is gonna be so fucking loud. And look at this. Do you get the feeling that Brendan is almost mocking Chin? Look at his face. Do you get the feeling that Brendan is somewhat being condescending? Is being a bit of a prick? Is kind of trying to wind up Chin about this move. Considering how stressful, like most moves are quite stressful. I'm a very low stress type of dude. I'm very even keeled. I think stressing is for women and shit. I think men shouldn't stress. You should just keep yourself on a fine even balance and deal with things as they come along. There's no such thing as stress in life. You can handle everything, right? I'm very one of the type of dudes. But even when you have to move house, especially when you have to move house quickly, it's a very stressful situation. Very, very stressful. I can't imagine what it's like to move house and also move your job to a whole nother state without your housing situation being sorted. That's one of the most stressful things to be sorted out, right? Your housing situation, where you're gonna fucking live. You don't want to bleed your savings dry, if you have savings, by the way. Who knows if he has? You don't want to bleed whatever savings you have dry on fucking paying Airbnb or hotel fees. So you want to look for a place to kind of get settled, to kind of get your feet under the table. And then here's your boss who made you move, telling you, or kind of asking you in a somewhat condescending, mocking tone, hey, when are you going to move down here? It's like, bro, why don't you know this situation? Why are you trying to dig into the situation now on air? Why didn't we talk about this, outside of the podcast? Why are you trying to put me in a spot for? You know I'm stressed out. You know I don't have anything sorted out.
I'm confused. Why haven't you found a place yet?
I'm literally looking for... I've been looking for spots, but I couldn't find any spots. But tomorrow at 12:30, there's a real estate person to help me find a place to just rent.
Chin's a bit useless, isn't it, right? We all know that. Having watched a lot of his vlogs and reacted to a lot of his vlogs, I can say that with some level of confidence, Chin is not the most, resourceful, nearly 50-year-old man you're going to meet, right? He's a little bit childish, maybe a little bit dumb, slow, inexperienced, maybe, who knows? But he does seem he needs a bit of help. That's the be and end of it. If you're Brendan, I would say, and this is not even being hyperbolic here, but I would count Chin as maybe one of your best friends. Like, he's been ride or die, bro. I think despite what I say about him, I think Brendan owes Chin a lot. Because if Chin leaves that organization, if he leaves this fucking whatever is going on here, that shit implodes. No one is doing the level of work that Chin is doing, voluntarily, by the way, by themselves. No one's doing that. Brendan will have to probably hire 2 people to do what Chin does by himself. Because Chin doesn't really have a life and he seems to kind of pour everything into fucking TFATK and everything else, associated with it. So you'd expect a lot more like care and empathy and consideration from Brendan, yes, he's a bit useless, but step in and help the guy, and he clearly needs help. He hasn't got a place sorted out. Why haven't you just said, hey, don't worry, what's your budget? What type of thing are you looking for? I've got a realtor. Do you want me to recommend a number? I'll pass you the number. Do you know what I mean? Like, why isn't he doing, like, even on air, forget doing it outside of the pod. If you're going to bring this up on air, why aren't you offering solutions to help your boy out? This guy's probably one of your best friends. He's been ride or die since basically since the beginning. No, most people in the stream chat don't even remember the last guy, Evan the Beard. Most guys don't even remember that guy. He's been the new guy since the left Fox. Probably, past, more than a decade. And Brendan is not showing any care, any empathy, zero. He's almost like mocking him, no? The way that I would maybe when I do a vlog reaction. That's how but it's like, you know him though. That's your guy. Why are you cheating like that for?
Just rent for,
Till you learn the lay of the land.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Yep. So doing that tomorrow.
That's smart. Also sounds a bit condescending. Don't get me wrong. To shoot Brendan some bail here, this is still Chin's fault. To shoot Brendan some bail and to give him the benefit of the doubt, this is still majoritarily Chin's fault, because I don't want to track back on the time, but I think when they suggested, didn't Brendan suggest the whole like moving to Austin, Texas thing around the 100,000th episode? If I'm not mistaken, people in the stream chat. I think Brendan kind of suggested lightly to Brian that he should move to Austin, Texas. I think around the 1,000th episode when he did that big episode thing about moving to Texas and restarting his podcast, his stand-up comedy thing. So Chin knew that these guys wanted to move to Texas for a long fucking time, and he still didn't get his shit together. So most likely, either he's inept and just dumb in general, or he's been secretly waiting for another job to come through in LA, and he was putting off the move as much as possible. But now it's obviously come to a head, and he has to deal with it. That's the only two answers that make sense. Either he's just useless, or he was secretly waiting for another job offer to come through in LA, but it didn't come through, and now he's kind of fucked because he didn't sort out a place. But still, Brendan should be helping him, or at least offering him to stay in his fucking mansion.
Yeah.
So then, but until you find one, you're gonna pull the cow and fly back and forth.
That's all I can do. Yeah, I don't.
Jesus.
Fuck. By the way, you know that, right? He's gonna be so Chin's gonna be now flying back and forth because I'm assuming a car ride from Austin, Texas to LA is probably what? How long does that take? Austin to what? California or Los Angeles? How long does that take? Is that 7 hours? Los Angeles drive time. How long does that take? How long does it take? What? 24 hours? No way. Is that what it said? Someone said 24 hours. People saying 20 hours. Shit. So there's no chance you could drive, basically. Driving's not an option. Then I'm assuming flying is like what, 4 hours probably, right? If I don't know, I'm just making it up in my head. I'm assuming flying from LA to Austin is probably 4 hours, right? Oh my god. Chin, man. Chin. It's practically cross country, B. Okay. He could use that tent. Exactly. Isanella in the stream chat. Isanella, give yourself a pat on the back. He could use that tent he threw out. The homeless cat camps. Good welcome, exactly. Oh my god. Imagine how much the flights are. So he's going to be flying what? 4 times a week? Because they record twice a day. He'll be flying out 4 times a week. Oh my god, Chin. Either that or he drives what? 20 hours plus. Someone said it's 24 hours non-stop. Holy shit. Big up Stevie M. I drive from OKC back to home sometimes 24 plus hours. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, what if I can't find a spot? Like, what can you do?
You could find one though, I'm sure.
If I can't find the spot, what can you do? Does that sound like Chin is saying, if I can't find a spot, I can't do the show? Or does it sound like Chin is resigning to himself to flying back and forth from LA to Austin? I think it's the latter to me. I think Chin is so cucked out. I think Chin is so useless and so devoid of options. I think he would gladly fly back and forth from LA to Austin. No, not say gladly. He would do it because he doesn't feel like he has any option. You know? He really doesn't feel like he has any option. You have to question the level of intelligence of somebody that puts all their eggs in the Brendan basket anyway, innit? As much as I want to have sympathy with Chin, surely you had a good run, bro. Like, it wouldn't have been a bad way to end the whole TFATK episode. Yes, it would have been hard to look for another job. I'm sure the job market, similar in the UK. Job market here in the UK is a little bit diabolical, right? I'm sure AI is not going to help things as the years progress. As the years go by, I'm sure AI is only going to take away more jobs, especially in my little marketing social media sort of like area. I'm seeing a lot of jobs kind of dry up. So I'm sure in the producing world that is also going to dry up as well in some extent. And also I'm assuming producers are probably the last people to ever get sacked from a podcast or podcast network or whatever, right? So there's probably not a lot of spaces or vacancies anyway in general. So yes, it would have been scary, but the perfect opportunity for him to like shake hands and go on his own journey or next journey would have been with those guys moving to Austin, Texas. Cool, this is a good time for me to leave. Maybe help them set up and shit, but for the long term, just focus on your own shit and do something else. I don't know. Maybe try and do that podcast he does with his friends more seriously. That fucking what's that one called again? The after hours thing. That would have been the perfect time to leave Thick Boy, Tiger Thick, whatever. It would have been a perfect time. Instead, he's now there, and it's almost like he might as well stay now. Now he's in Austin. He might as well stay until this shit sinks. He could have left before they moved, but now he's in Austin. There's no point in leaving now. You might as well just stay. Ride it until the fucking wheels fall off. Or until you fall off.
Yeah, but I don't want a piece of crap spot either.
You're looking for like a rental for like a year?
At first, me and my brother were looking for
I remember he
place,
said that.
But it didn't work out, so I'll just look to rent a spot.
Your brother's like, nah, I'm good, man. Dirty.
That's such a white thing to do, though, isn't it? Forgive me, my white people in the stream chat. That's such a white thing to do. To like talk to somebody that way. Like it's like you're like, hey, are you hungry? I heard you haven't eaten since last week. Shit, what did you eat? What was your last meal? Fuck, man, that's crazy, man. And not offer anything. That's a very like Caucasian thing to do. You're asking these questions. You're probing. You have solutions. You maybe can let him crash in your crib for a couple of weeks. You maybe can offer him one of your real estate agents or realtors to help him out. You may be able to pull out the bat signal to one of your people, I don't know, in the area who might have a room free or couch free. Nah, you just keep asking questions. Oh, really? That's crazy, man. What? So what, you ain't got a crib yet? Now, don't lie. So what, you're homeless, technically. That's crazy, bro. And it's all happening on air. And Chin's just like, and it's almost done in a kind of mocking, condescending way. And Chin's just there, like awkwardly answering the questions, clearly feeling a little bit useless and pathetic. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying Brendan should offer Chin his guest house or room in his mansion. And I know it's not the most easy thing to do, right? Brendan has a whole family. He has a wife and 3 kids and a dog and shit. It's not the easiest thing to just let somebody crash. But Chin's also not just a random person. Chin is literally one of Brendan's closest friends, really. Yes, I know he pays him, and that's the only reason why he's there. But Chin's been around for decades, or more than a decade at least. He's owed a little bit of that grace. You know what I mean? Of like, hey, I know, my wife is gonna kill me, but don't worry, just stay in the guest house, just stay out of the way. Act like, please don't make your presence known. Go in, go out and shit. I'll give you a bed to crash on. But you gotta get yourself sorted out. Cool. Man, just like, or even let him sleep in the studio. Even, I don't know, let him sleep in the studio. Figure that shit out. Let him just sleep in the studio for now. Give him a little futon, a little fold out, a little
powerful bunch.
Bit younger vibes.
Ozbaba only has 5 bedrooms with the in-laws and 3 kids. What extra room?
Oh yeah, true. There is no extra room in it. That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't remember that. That's a good point. No, you forget that. Not even the in-laws. Just in general. If he's got 5 bedrooms, each kid probably has it. Like, knowing Brendan, with them being like, wanting to be all rich, want to be rich and shit. Most likely, each kid's got their own room. Boston and Tiger have their own rooms. That baby probably has his own room. The daughter, they sleep in the master bedroom. So that leaves one, which probably is not a room. It's probably a studio, an office space. So yeah, there probably isn't any room. I know, I get it. But still, it's just the offer, Trying to be helpful. I don't know, it's just something. Or just let him sleep in the studio. The studio isn't set up here. This is the perfect time for Chin to just have a little fold-out bed. As Izanella said, Maybe you shouldn't have thrown that tent away. Just put the tent inside that fucking studio, in that fucking garage, in the corner, underneath the mezzanine, you know? And then sleep there for a bit until you get yourself sorted. It's a bit fucked up. It's not the dream. Yeah, leaving LA, leaving your 7 balconies, lovely apartment. Because that apartment was fucking great, by the way. The apartment he left was beautiful. Leaving that apartment with those high ceilings and those great fucking balcony views to then move into a garage in the middle of Austin is pretty crazy. But you're here now. Help him out a bit. Come on, Brendan. Fucking
Powerful bunch.
Big up disease.
Tiger gets the master bedroom when he plays well.
Exactly. God almighty, bro. Oh, Josie. Damn you for being fucking sensible. Damn you for being practical and sensible. I didn't think about that. Oh, where would he shower? Can you imagine the smells? Okay, touche. Maybe studio's not the best idea. Like, Chin's already a bit of a grimy dude anyway, right? Chin's already a bit of a grimy dude. This guy's eating fucking 2-week-old defrosted oysters. He's eating condom fish. Like, this is not the guy you want to let just like sleep in the... I mean, he might turn that fit into a pit. That might turn into a fucking... I mean, student accommodation very, very quickly. So yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, guys, man. Given everything I've said about Chin over the years, especially with this fucking vlog reactions I do on here, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I feel kind of bad for him. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I feel kind of bad for him. I'm not gonna lie. I feel kind of bad for him. Like, I was watching this clip again in the morning today. I was like, shit, bro. Like, Brendan actually fucked over a person that he should be talking about. Like, a person that is like, if there's one person that you think shouldn't be getting fucked over, it's Chin. Yes, we all know he's terrible. I think, big up Koila. He fucking hates Chin's level of production skills, right? His cable management, his just audio levels, the camera, whatever, right? Chin's useless. Don't get me wrong. But he's still useful to these guys. He might be useless to everybody else. We all can see his indeficiencies and his shortcomings. But amongst these lot, that guy's fucking a genius. You know what I mean? No one else can do what he does. That's why they hired him. That's why they hire other people to do other things. But no one can replace Chin. He's probably the most important person in Thick Boy aside from Brendan. And Brendan's
powerful bunch.
Big up King Bayu.
I can't feel bad when he chooses to move with Baba.
I know, but it's like somebody mentioned earlier. I think it was a bit up Younger Vibe. Younger Vibe mentioned earlier, I think, about that whole like moving package thing. Is that common in the US? It's not that common here. I'm not gonna lie. It's not that common here. They don't sort out your accommodation. You might get sorted out in like you might get moved to another location, or they might offer you a contract or a position in another location. But companies don't usually go out the way to.
Powerful bunch.
Pick up IDZ.
That shop has no toilet, only sinks.
Does it even have a sink? Or is that no, it has to have a sink, right? Because it's a garage probably, I'm assuming. But I don't even, does it have a sink or does it have a hose on the outside? Like, I don't know. Is it a sink or is it a hose? Big up IDZ. I know some companies would offer that relocation package thing, but I think most wouldn't. Most would give you the contract or offer you a deal to say, hey, we're opening a new satellite studio, a new office in this new location. Do you want to move there? And then you can sort out the move, you know? But they don't, I don't know. Is that typical for you guys in the States? If a company moved location, would they actually set you up in a new house?
Powerful bunch.
Chin's life is like suicide by 1,000 rotten oysters.
It's fucking brutal, man. Fucking brutal. Big up Asad Aziz. Big up Koila. Wagwan GG. Bro's cooked career-wise, big goof. He didn't value himself. Then big up King Bayu. Fair enough, man. I think some people's got the same review as you, brother. If he didn't value himself, I don't. Neither do I. Fair play, man. Big up. Why not? Wagwan. Why not? It's not Chin can't be replaced. It's that no one wants that. Okay, brilliantly put. Why not? Brilliantly put. It's not that Chin can't be replaced. It's that no one wants that job. Fair, but he still made himself indispensable. He still made himself a linchpin, which I think is very crucial in the job market or in the in employment in general. I think it's very important, however you do it, by hook or crook, to make yourself a linchpin, to make yourself crucial to the company's success or whatever, so they can't get rid of you. However you do it, however scummy way you do it, however disorganized way you do it, as Chin did, at least he did it. So it's just a shame that Brennan isn't rewarding him for that and kind of, you know, helping make his move over there as smooth as possible. But maybe that's not his responsibility. Yeah, big up Josie. It's only sinks for Brendan to pee that went right over your head. Oh, okay, cool. Timakazi, yeah, sometimes they'll pay for your move. Chin will remake it in the studio. Bro, it's North Korea heart. Yes, if they want you, they will pay for you to move and give you a temp short-term rental. Okay. So if you're really a draw, if people know who you are and you're really a draw, then they will move heaven and earth to get you there. That makes sense. Like I said, I've known some people, my friends especially, who've moved outside of London, and they got given contracts, of course, and decent salaries, but they weren't offered or they weren't given accommodation. They had to sort that out themselves, and obviously they were given ample time to sort it out. They kind of gave them a lot of lead up time before the first day, but it wasn't like they sorted it out for them. But again, these people are way more resourceful and useful than Chin is. This is probably the worst thing that could happen to Chin, you know? Having to move the studio is one thing, but in him having to move his own life and sort that out, it's like an afterthought. I don't understand what AZ thinks Chin does that is so indispensable. It's not that I think he's like a high-skilled worker. It's just he's the only person in that studio who knows that. For instance, Casey's not going to be there. This guy in the hat isn't going to be there. He's just there to help out Chin or whatever. He's going back to LA. If Chin leaves, there's nobody to record this show. Like, Brendan doesn't know how to record the show.
Powerful bunch.
Because
Papa Business Shark pressuring his best employee.
Exactly. What you call it? Bullying his kid on the fucking batting floor or in the fucking mound in the grass, whatever the game, and also bullying Chin. Absolute beast. So Chin does everything that those guys can't do, you know? He doesn't I don't know. He doesn't do anything. So they don't do nothing. So I think if Chin leaves, like, well, how are they even going to record the show? Like, does Brendan know how to upload the podcast into the whatever audio platform that they use and shit? I don't know. Does he know how to do that? Does he know how to make thumbnails? I don't know. I guess you can hire free people when Chin leaves, but where are you going to find those free people? How do you hire them? I don't know. So I think that's what makes him somewhat indispensable. I'm just saying that he could have used some of that thing that I'm saying about him being indispensable to his favor. So he could have used it to kind of make sure he gets something sorted out accommodation-wise. You know what I mean? But maybe he's not as indispensable as I think he is. Do you really guys think it's permanently going to stay there? I can't see it. Do you guys really think they are? Yeah, of course they're staying there. Big up G Dora. Of course they're staying there. It's cheap, isn't it? Brendan, I think based on how gleeful and quickly Brendan moved to Austin and bought his crib, because remember, Brendan suggested to Brian he should move to Austin, Texas to pursue his stand-up comedy career. Right? That's how he pushed it. I'm doing you a solid. I'm pushing you in that direction. Brian, you need to go and restart your comedy career. You're wasted here in LA. You keep touring, but you should be on stage, killing it. No one knows how good you are. All this nonsense, right? But really, I think Brendan wanted Brian to move because he would follow him, because he was obviously wanted the podcast there. But I think Brendan wanted to move to Austin first, or wanted to move because he wanted to save money. I've got a feeling those guys' finances aren't too, on point. So I think regardless if this podcast flops or not, I don't think they ever move back to LA. I don't think they could afford it. Again, I could be chalking on my ass, but I don't think they could afford it. I think the money's kind of gone down. So yeah, let's see what happens. Kind of crazy, but I feel for Chin. I'm not gonna lie, my heart bleeds for Chinny Chin Chin. My heart bleeds for him right now. It bleeds so bad for that guy, but he also deserves it. When you hit your wagon to Brendan, that's what you get. Someone posted this on the TFATK subreddit. I thought this was fucking hilarious, by the way. I didn't notice this until I saw this post. I did notice the Austin, Texas edition on the bottom of the sign. I thought that was fucking ridiculous. I didn't notice the hat. Right? That's like a Texas baseball team, I think, hat, which is fucking crazy, right? The first day you move to Austin, Texas, the first day you record a podcast, You immediately buy merch to wear that is like, come on, bro. Like, how try hard can you be? How lacking in personality can you be? How much of a loser can you be? It's like, come on, brother. And then the Austin, Texas thing as well is fucking hilarious, by the way. Schaub shot Austin, Texas. Makes no sense, by the way. Getting a whole new sign up done with Austin, Texas makes absolutely no sense. I also like that he should probably remove that iconography. That branding of the donut doesn't really match what he's doing anymore. Right? He's on Ozempic, lost a bunch of weight. He doesn't really eat donuts as much as anymore. Thick Boy as a brand doesn't exist anymore. You should probably get rid of that whole donut O or that bumhole O thing. But then somebody posted obviously the comparison of the Joe Rogan Experience signage on the back of his podcast, and clearly the Austin, Texas edition is something tied, or a copy, a flip of what Rogan did with his sign that says Austin, Texas or bust. So clearly Papa is always looking to his North Star. Always looking to his North Star. Always. Rogan is Brendan's North Star, as you can see there. Quite pathetic, man. Built the stream chat. Again, wait till those property taxes kick in. Like some of us mentioned, they aren't cheap. Big up Biff McGee looking kind of old there, Papa. Chin, yeah, he's looking older because the Just for Men is not, his hair isn't growing in dark as it usually does with Just for Men. Big up Coiler, what's good, my G? What's crazy is having Texas tattooed before you even lived there. Yeah, to be honest, he doesn't. Am I the only person that hasn't seen it? Am I the only person that hasn't seen this Texas tattoo? I don't think he's posted on his social media. He's clearly keeping it on the wraps. He doesn't want to show it. Like, I don't know if he's afraid of the comments, but I haven't seen the Texas tattoo like on a video. I haven't seen it in the fucking picture. Is he hiding this Texas tattoo? Oh, fucking crazy dude, boy. Papa knows more. No one wants him in Austin. Bill Skins. Yeah, that must be strange, isn't it? He's almost gonna be like stuck in his house, knowing that there's this whole scene around him outside of the house where all these old friends are frolicking around and he's not invited, or he knows if he goes it's gonna be awkward. That's probably worse than not being invited. Not being invited is one thing. You can just say to yourself in your head, fuck them people, right? They don't deserve me, they're dickheads, fuck them. But when you know if you go it's gonna be hella awkward, that's gonna hurt a bit. You know if you go, people are gonna be looking at you like, so you have to just stay indoors. He probably should have went to Fort Worth. I don't know why he didn't go to Fort Worth. He got the tap before he moved to Texas. Yep. AZ starting to sound like a white nationalist. There's no systemic racism because I've never seen it. Okay. Big up Young Vibes. He thinks Segura will invite him over. Doubt it. Doubt it. I think Segura's made his decision known. He's definitely Team Bobby Lee. Koila AZ used to live in a neighborhood. It's mid suburbia. Low Joe ain't gonna like it. I used to live in his neighborhood. Okay, cool. Slow Joe ain't gonna. That's what I'm saying, brother. Like, one of the most surprising things to me was how agreeable or how game Slow Joe was to move to Austin, Texas. I'm not gonna lie. That's what caught me off guard. That's what caught me off guard. Slow Joe being okay to move to Texas caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie, because that woman doesn't look like she's built for anywhere else but LA. Like, that woman's built for LA and the Middle East, or maybe Florida at most. Maybe at most. But that woman looks like she's born. She's like, LA's always been her dream. She looks up to the Kardashians. She loves that fucking lifestyle. And I don't know about you, but I didn't really get the feeling that she was that, outgoing or had a bunch of friends anyway. Right? She seemed kind of quiet, homebody type or whatever. Doesn't really seem she went out, a lot. But it's going to be worse, surely, in Austin. Like, she has no friends out there. Like, she had at least some friends in LA. She didn't see them all the time, maybe because of the kids and stuff. She had a bit of a social life, a little bit of a scene there. But what the fuck is she going to do now in Austin? It was super surprising that she was so game for it. So I wonder if she's going to have one of those like wake up moments where she realizes, oh shit, this actually isn't that great. This is actually kind of shit. That might happen sooner, because maybe she was game in the beginning, like, yeah, let's go somewhere new, adventure. But then when she actually sits with it and is there for a week, she'd be like, oh my god, I fucking hate this place. Yeah. Big up. We call it the fanciest thing about the area is the small full Whole Foods. Shit. Lakeway area sucks and is far from Austin. So is that where they live? They live in Lakeway. Is that where they live? You're saying they live in this Lakeway area. Soldier's more built for Hello. It's one built for Hello Dallas. Pick up our skins. Papa should have made the move 5 years ago. He's always late. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, he moves 5 years. That's the thing. Like, pick up Ryu. He moves 5 years ago, right? Or he moves when the comedy membership was about to open. Forget moving, because if you moved super early, like Tim Dillon did, before the membership open, you're gonna get really disgruntled with the area and you're gonna hate it and go back. But if he would have just waited until Rogan opened the mothership and then moved, there's a possibility. You know how pussy these comedians are anyway, right? They're a bit pussified. They like to talk a big talk. There's a possibility if Brendan moved 5 years ago, just as Rogan opens the mothership, if he just hangs around long enough, he could have got reintegrated back in the community, in the scene. And who knows, he might go back on stage again and we might get Gringo Pappy too. There's a possibility that Brendan could have reintegrated himself back into that little community of stand-up comedians if he just would have went there earlier. Took the awkwardness, took the licks, made his apologies, I don't know, stood around the green room, I don't know, whatever you have to do to fucking suck up to these people. And he would have been fine. But waiting this long to go there now is just such a dumb decision to make. It seems like such a... But again, maybe it's just purely financial. Maybe they needed to do it because they couldn't afford to live in LA. So I guess it is what it is. They have to just make it work. Bring the chips up, Chin. Bring the chips up, Chin. Let's play this clip. Bring the chips up. What's bring the chips up? Let's see this.
And then, Chin, when do you move out here? I'm confused. Why haven't you found a place yet?
I'm literally looking for... I've been looking for spots, but I couldn't find any spots. But tomorrow at 12:30, there's a real estate person help me find a place to
Taking
just
around.
Just rent for, yeah.
Till you learn the lay of the land?
Yeah.
That's smart.
Yep. So doing that tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but he sounds so defeated, man. That's a guy that's been in charge of moving the whole studio to another state. He's also struggling to get his own life together and sort his own accommodation out. It's just everything's on top of him, That sounds like a very exasperated young man right there.
Yeah.
So then, but until you find one, you're going to pull the cow and fly back and forth?
That's all I can do, yeah. I don't...
Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, what if I can't find a spot? Like, what can you do?
You could find one, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I don't want a piece of crap spot either.
You're looking for like a rental? For like a year?
At first, me and my brother were looking for
I remember you said that.
But it didn't work out, so I'll just look to rent a spot.
Your brother's like, nah, I'm good, man. Dirty.
Also, needing your brother to help you, like, at that age is like... Bro, like, doesn't Zillow work? Like, I don't know. Some of these apps... we've got an app here called Rightmove and whatever, right? Where if you pay a bit extra, there's like a feature that you can pay a bit extra, and you just get some of the best the best houses where you need a certain level to call the fucking estate agents, and they usually just take you straight away because you pay a bit extra or whatever from the place that you find them on, right? Like, it's not that difficult, Rich. Surely it's not that difficult to find. Surely isn't that difficult, really, to find a place to stay. Even just with a short lease, short contract, like, it's not that difficult, really. He'd rather fly back and forth from Los Angeles to Texas 4 times a week, probably. God almighty, man. Chin. Whew. Patchy Mitch. Let's see what this one's about. Patchy Mitch.
Be interesting to see what they do with Patchy Mitch, because if he wins this one, even though the main event is Marab and Suga, unless Patchy absolutely mollywops Bautista, he's still one away from a title shot. So I think he'd have to beat Mario, and then he's gonna have to have one more and then get a title shot.
Who the fuck is Patchy Mitch? Who's Patchy Mitch? Patchy who? Patchy Mitch UFC. Who the fuck is that? Patchy Mix. Patchy Mitch. His name is Patchy Mix. Is an American martial artist competing in bantamweight UFC. Why is he saying Patchy Mix then? Honestly, this guy fascinates me because surely in my head I thought the word patchy would be easier to fuck up than mix. You know? I'd understand if he said latchy, matchy, quatchy or something, right? He fucked up patchy. But fucking up mix and calling him Mitch instead of mix is just so Brendan coded, isn't it? How can you fuck up the pronunciation of patchy mix? Like how? Like one more time, like that is just incredible. Incredible.
Be interesting to see what they do with Patchy Mix, because if he wins this one, even though the main event is Marab and Suga, unless Patchy absolutely mollywops Bautista, he's still one away from a title shot. So I think he'd have to beat Mario, and then he's gonna have to have one more and then get a title shot.
Okay, bro, whatever you say. Whatever you fucking say. Anyway, tears for fucking Chin. I feel for Chin. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking feel for Chin. I really do. Anyway, TFATK episode number 1092. Let's get into it. Let's react to TFATK watch along episode number 1092. This is the first episode in a new studio. First episode in a new studio. Let's see what these motherfuckers are doing. First episode in a new studio. Let's see how echoey it is. Let's hear how echoey it is.
Yes, we did, 'cause we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
This is really the fighter and the kid.
Come on, baby.
We did it, dude.
We're here in Austin.
Oh my god, no way. No fucking way is the first shot that I get of fucking Brian Callen's fucking feet. No fucking way. No fucking way is the first thing that I see on this new episode of TFATK in Austin, Texas. The first episode there, I get to see fucking Brian Callen's grapey fucking feet. Are you having a laugh? Are you literally having a laugh? So you can put on a pair of skinny jeans and a t-shirt. You can put on a fucking multi-pack t-shirt, right? A t-shirt you probably bought in a pack of 6. You can put one of those shitty t-shirts on, some shitty skinny jeans, but you can't wear a pair of shoes. You can't put on a pair of socks. Really? How did you arrive to the studio? Footless, bareless, shoeless. Really? Huh? Put on some fucking shoes, you cunt. Put on some fucking shoes. Professionalism at least, a little bit. Because he's going to be sitting there picking away at his toes, chipping away at his fucking nails, scratching his little bunions. Like, are you for real? Are you for fucking real? Also, those chairs. Hate them.
Austin, Texas.
Our first one, Austin. And we got a little makeshift studio.
And I got something to say.
So I guess they're going to have to... Are they going to have to keep moving the studio around? Or so the Schaub show is going to be on one end. Chin is going to sit on one table in the middle. And then I guess he's going to have to keep flipping sides. Right? That's what's going to happen. They're going to have the TFATK on that end. And then... do you know what I mean? So Chin's going to keep flipping... If that makes sense. He's going to have to keep flipping what side of the table he sits. But the echo is very strong. And Brian looks very old. Like, he looks very, very old. That's a fucking old man there. That's the man that belongs on a cruise. Does he look kind of Asian as well? Is it me or is Brian starting to look more Asian as he ages? What do you think? It's very Asian here.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Itma
I
Ash.
sent an S-chat last year saying B would move, then say it was his idea the whole time. Also, they could get Shannon apt if they rightly want then.
Exactly. I sent channel to also B would move, then say, yep, yeah. You're right last year. You're right now. Big up Esma Ash. Big up Esma Ash. You were right then. You're right now. It was it cleverly done the way he did it anyway, or is it we all called it out at the time anyway, innit? The whole Brian, you need to move to Austin. You're the best comedian. I love you. You need to be on stage with Joe Rogan. And then as soon as Brian said yes, Brendan bought a crib before Brian even moved. So hold on. How are you buying a crib before the guy that you said that should go there? I mean, what?
It's different from here on out because we're about to be. I mean, we're a couple of Texans now.
We're Texans. Yes, sir.
Literally everybody is not from Texas
Yes, sir.
here. Everybody I've met here is not from Texas.
Oh, my neighbor, who's the nicest guy, like dropped Bossy's tire was a little like flat.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think.
Is that CTE? Is that CTE or is he lying? Why can't you tell that story correctly? Why are you struggling to get that story out? You have a neighbor that you've just bumped, that you just got friendly with, who got you a bike pump for your kid's bike that had a flat tire on it. Like, is it really that difficult to spit that shit out? Or is he just lying about interaction? What? Like, it took so long to get the words out of that. What?
Man here is not from Texas.
Oh, my neighbor, who's the nicest guy, like dropped Bossy's tire was a little like flat.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think I have one somewhere. And then
have what? Have what? You didn't tell us what he has. Has what? He keeps doing his flicking. He did a flicking sign. Has what? What do you already have? I'm sure he means a bike pump, but like he didn't say the word pump. He just said Bosty's bike flicking. What is he flicking?
Sir.
Literally everybody is not from Texas
Yes, sir.
here. Everybody I've met here is not from Texas.
Oh, my neighbor, who's powerful bunch.
Yo, big up RB Sanchez.
As a Texan, this grinds my gears.
Yo, the amount of stories we're going to hear from these guys talking about how nice people are in Texas is going to drive me nuts too. But it's not that they're nice. It's just that it's the first time they've actually spoken to regular civilians. They've, for the first time in their lives, they're not on their little perch. They're not hid. They're not, they're not living in the hidden hills, right? They're not living behind a big gate or anything. They're living in like normal suburbia. So they're having to interact with a lot more regular people because there's a road. You have to drive past other houses and shit. People are gonna wave at you. You're gonna walk down the street. So they're not used to that sort of shit. So they're gonna be sharing so many normal, regular interactions you have with your neighbors. I'm sure I have them with mine. They don't even bother mentioning because it's just what happens every day. But they're so detached from reality that it's going to be all new to them. Oh my God, this guy who's my neighbor, he's from like this country called Sri Lanka. And so it's like, bro, like, please touch grass. And also, please get your fucking story out.
The nicest guy, like dropped Bossy's tire was a little like flat.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think I have one somewhere. And then I didn't ask him. I came back out and there was a pump outside the tire. I'm like, you didn't have to do that.
Oh, that's so great. Yeah.
I wake up early. I was walking around there, but I was telling the guys.
But why wouldn't he do that? Like, do you think these do you think this is kind of an anxiety thing, by the way, guys, in the stream chat? Why is he so like weirded out by like normal things? You were speaking to a neighbor. He noticed your son's bike tire was flat. You didn't have a bike pump. He went and got one for you, left it outside for you to like use to pump your tire. Like, why is that why is that like a weird thing? Or like, oh, you didn't have to do that. What? I have the pump. If I can let you use it, it's a fucking bike pump. Oh, he didn't have to do that. Oh, it's so kind. It's like, huh? Are you okay? Are you okay? Why is he so weird with human interaction? Such a bizarre human, man. Like, no one's gonna hurt you, bro. You're a UFC fighter. Like, you're like 6 foot plus, whatever, 290 pounds, whatever. You're fine. You'll be okay. Like, he's so worried. Like, oh, big younger boy because he's lying. Yeah, probably because he's lying. The story's all probably made up, but Jesus Christ.
On Schaub, I was walking around. First, so I got in on Thursday night, slept the first night at the house. Friday morning, woke up at 5 and just like ran around the neighborhood, like jogged.
Of course. Cause that's the first thing you do, right? That's either they have hired help to do everything, or this is a lie. The first thing you do when you move into a house, the first night you get there is you go for a run. That's the first thing you do. You got all the stress, all the worry of like unpacking, of anxiety if you've not got all your shit together. The first thing you do when you fucking wake up in your new crib is go for a run. That's all what everyone does, by the way, right? That's the first thing you do on the first morning in your crib, in your new place, in a new state, new city, new abode, is that you go for a run at 5 in the morning. All right, brother, you're lying.
Walked around with the dog. I see one of the neighbors, and I went, morning. He goes, it's gonna be a morning. It's gonna be a great day. I went, yeah. I thought, the fuck what you got going on, dog?
I love.
So you engage with somebody and tell him good morning. He tells you good morning back and tells you it's gonna be a great day, and you get weirded out by his response. Wasn't he just exchanging pleasantries? Wasn't he just being like courteous and kind? Like, why are you weirded out by his response when you engaged him in a conversation? Big up Two Swords. Big up Two Swords. Wild Guanji.
What do you mean it's gonna be a great day?
I asked the guy how he was doing. He goes, ask me how I'm doing. Watch
How you doing, man?
Any better? And I couldn't take it. I was like, oh, hey, you got to calm down, brother. We got to.
These smiles, honestly, these smiles they have on their faces. It's like there's a part of it that's somewhat endearing, that they look genuinely happy that they've moved, right? But it's just also kind of like troubling to think that these guys are in such a bubble. There was a time when these guys would be talking so down to regular people, like, you know, with fans interactions, with interactions briefly with random civilians and shit. They'll be having the worst thing to say. And now, because their careers are down in the dumps, suddenly being surrounded by like-minded people, normal people, regular folks, suddenly now it's all smiles. Look at them. They can't get enough of it. Look at fucking Callan. Look at him. Look how Asian he looks here. Look how fucking Asian he looks right there. Fucking hell.
Calm down. Any better? And I couldn't take it. I'm like, damn, man.
I always think something's up.
Well, there is something up. You're about to, you know, you're feeling very, you know, you're a little dicey with yourself here, but you know.
Or that's.
Oh, by the way, big up everybody in the stream chat that accurately guessed, myself included. Big up everybody in the stream chat that accurately guessed.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Younger Vibes.
Those pores ain't so bad, you know.
Yeah, exactly. There's this like woman that's like lives 2 doors down from me, right? And she works as like a cleaner, but she's like really nice. Like she has really good outlook on life and stuff, and she's super positive, and she's like hanging out with Billy and helping out my wife with the daughter. It's like, okay, what? Like a nice old lady is being a nice old lady. What? It's like these guys are so lacking in normal human interactions. They're getting freaked out by the most normal things. It's like, bruh, like surely even suburbs are even probably the worst example, because they're usually, so, you know, I'd imagine a suburb like that, everyone there is pretty, you know, well-to-do, chill, whatever. It's like, bro, what did you expect? Like, I don't know, whatever. I was gonna say something like, usually people go to new places, you do a walkthrough, and if you're gonna move your family to a new area, you might go look at the house, you might go walk around the area, drive around, see what the vibe is. You know what you're getting yourself into. But it feels like he just realized where he's moved because he moved there today. You know, I don't get any sense that he had any idea what he's walking into. It almost feels like he kind of like went there blind with his whole family, had no idea what the area is gonna be like, and he's just discovering it now. Maybe that's true though. Maybe Slow Joe is the one that got the crib and Brennan just followed. I don't know. But he's not really, he's acting as if it's the first time he's ever been there.
Just how they are.
Well, you know, there's a great way to look at life. Like you just go, what are you thankful for? It's so much better than it could be in every aspect of, like, there's always a problem in life.
The echo, bro. There's nothing worse. Brian Callen's voice is already very annoying to listen to. Then you have to listen to it with an echo. Jesus.
There's always something going on that's hard, that feels like it's hard to fix. But you can focus on that, or you can focus on just how much you have.
Yeah, out here they're doing it. They're doing it.
They're doing it.
Any better, man?
Any better, and I couldn't take it.
I'm gonna start using that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start using that.
Any better, and I couldn't take it.
Take it.
I had a guy.
It's gonna be a great day. I thought, what the fuck's he doing?
Yeah.
So there is some light in it because I think the background got a bit darker. There is probably some light coming in. There's probably some light coming in. Don't know where. Maybe the roof, but the background got a bit darker.
I knew a guy who wasn't doing well ever, and just very overweight, and he taught stand-up comedy class.
Yeah. Oh, but I'm about to say, big up everybody in the stream chat, myself included. Give yourself a big pat on the back. Those of you who accurately guessed that they were going to move to Austin, Texas, and do exactly the same thing. No change in the structure of the show. Doesn't look like a change in the topics. Nothing. That they were going to take that same shitty show they were doing in LA and move that same shitty show to do it in Texas. Big up everybody that guessed it will be exactly the same. No change.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And wasn't much of a comic. Yeah. It was great. And I'd be like, how you doing? He goes, very well, very well. Having a lot of fun. Every single time.
And you know he's not having fun.
I'm like, hey, I don't know what that means, but what are you talking about? Having a lot of fun. Very well. Having a lot of fun. Things are fantastic.
Well, people go, how you doing, man? I go, I'm all right. I just leave it with that. I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm all right.
What's that noise in the background?
So by the way, apologies to the audience. This new studio is so huge. It's gonna.
By the way, I love how Brendan's taking no responsibility for us. By the way, Brendan's taking no responsibility, no ownership for this. I love that Casey is almost. Why does Casey look like he's cowering? Casey look like he wants to hide, like he doesn't want to be there. Like he's trying to duck to hide behind the monitor of the screen. Like why is he like crouching? Is the roof that low? So as I guessed it, what I guessed was right? So my guess is this is the studio. So imagine how big Thick Boy Studios was. Now their entire podcast studio is this mezzanine, this balcony, right? So Schaub show is here. So when Brendan is recording Schaub show, Chin will switch sides to the other side of the table. And then when they're recording the TFATK, Chin will switch to the other side of the table. Him twisting his computer. Oh my god, bro. This is so crazy, man. I know the first studio was... I know that Thick Boy studio was too much. He probably didn't need it. Too much space. But to go from that studio, that Thick Boy studio to this is crazy, bro. This is like a visual representation. You know when we saw like remember You'd Be Surprised, right? I think this might be a bigger step down than this. Remember You'd Be Surprised, right? You'd Be Surprised, right? Remember this? Do you remember the stage on You'd Be Surprised on Showtime? Remember how great the stage looked, right? This amazing stage Brendan had, right? This production in this big theater with all the LEDs and shit and the names and the thing and the lighting and the fancy jacket and shit, right? Incredible. Then it went from that to Gringo Pappy. Right? Do you remember this? Right? That was a major drop-off. Major drop-off, right? Major drop-off. To go from the fucking You'd Be Surprised to this backdrop. But I think to go from Thick Boy Studios to this studio might be a bigger drop off. I swear to God, it's such an obvious visual representation of how far Bapa's career has fallen. Like to go from that expansive, super huge fucking studio space in fucking whatever that warehouse has been in the middle of nowhere, right? To this. Fucking brutal. Let's see Thick Boy Studios. Like, look what he used to look like, bro. Look at this space. Is that the tour? Yeah, that's a tour. Let's see that quickly. Let's watch that quickly. This is old. I think we watched that before, but just imagine, bro. Just imagine the fall off.
What is this going on?
YouTube.
This is like a blog thing?
Yeah.
Yo, make sure you subscribe right now. Turn the post notifications on. I got you.
What's
'Cause
up?
I'm a YouTuber.
I'm new to it.
I'm
not.
Do it right now. Is this the beginning of the video? Turn the post notifications on. Like it. Drop a comment. Share it. Yeah, let's go for the algorithm.
Brendan doesn't know what he's talking about, by the way. Brendan has no idea what he's talking about. Though. He doesn't know what post notification is. Doesn't know about subscribing. Doesn't know nothing. Zero. If Chin leaves, he's fucked.
Comment for the algorithm. You guys know what to do.
Look at that. Look at that studio. That's Thick Boy Studios. That is the reception area of Thick Boy Studios. I don't even think the ceilings are even that high in this new studio.
Here is a sneak peek at the new Thick Boy Studios. It's been a long time. It should be done in a week. And you'll see it's getting there. We have the artists in there. We're kind of game playing stuff out. You'll see.
There's a thing about him and tight deadlines, isn't it? There's a thing about these guys and having very tight deadlines. Never doing stuff with like planning. Never doing stuff slowly in incremental steps. There's always this thing of like doing stuff in like the shortest time frame possible, but never doing any of the work. Right? That's the thing about these guys. Making all your fucking employees push themselves to the edge, right until the fucking endpoint, right into the red zone, to get a studio opened and ready to go. But then you're never the one doing the work. It's always everybody else.
There's a ways to go, but you get the idea. I don't have keys yet to the studio. It's not officially mine till Sunday.
No, you don't have keys because you haven't been there. The people in there have keys. That's how they got inside. You don't have keys because you actually, it's the first time you visited this place since you probably signed the lease. That's why you don't have keys. Chin's got the keys because he's in there. And everybody else has the keys. You don't.
Sorry. We'll be clear. So you walk in, big Thick Boy thing there. This will be the new Fire the Kid set.
God, honestly, imagine, bro. Going from this to what they've got now is just wild.
So we're going to get all the people in here, do all the work, the set design.
This was 3 years ago, Asad Aziz. How long ago? This was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. 3 años. 3 años.
The hard part was getting to the studio. Finishing the floors, done this weekend. The walls are all black, so the artist, A, it looks dope, but B, it's easy.
Brendan hates Mexican people. Brendan hates Hispanic people. Brendan identifies more as white, even though he looks like he's fucking Turkish. But guess who's fucking doing all the grunt work? Guess who's doing all the fucking work in that studio? Specking it up, getting it ready to go. Guess who's doing all that work, man? Yeah, you guessed it. It's the senors.
Easier for the artists when they paint, do all their thing on the walls.
Are you Brendan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who's the next person you're going to be interviewing?
Brandon Moreno. Yeah.
No way, but yeah, he really won the UFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
When I opened the door, I was like, damn, is that really him? I was like, there's no way that's you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for your work, dude.
Brendan being a fucking cunt to the kid. The kid that's working on the studio, you know, fan of Brendan for whatever reason. Look at how awkward and fucking cunty Brendan was. He's so big time. He's awful. I don't know if this is his anxiety or if he just doesn't like talking to his fans. I don't know what it is. Or maybe he doesn't like that his fans look like that. He wants his fans to be like Navy SEALs or some shit, right? But he always does that. Like he does this weird, like, almost like they're bothering. Like, bro, just give him. I don't know, man. Like, he's not gonna talk to you all day. Just be a bit more warm. Like, fuck, you know, give him a dap or something. Like, fuck me. That shot with the hands is fucking hilarious, man. That shot with the hands. I'm building, ma. Look at me, ma. I'm building. Look at me. I'm building.
A lot of work to do. Looks to me dope for you guys to see. So you look right now, it looks like shit, right?
So I can't see me go. You see it all spick and spans like that. That's the goal.
So what was funding this, you think? Was Podcast One funding this? Because this is a big space. That must have cost a lot of money. He didn't need this space, to be fair. Let's be real. TFATK probably should be in that one mezzanine floor. But what was funding this fucking crazy fucking studio? Who was paying for this? Who was paying for that? That's what I want to know. Who the fuck was paying for it? Because clearly they can't afford it anymore. Because this is what they got now. This is what they have now. They have that, right? Oh no, someone has it on the Reddit. Let's see. Someone has a picture of it on the Reddit, a whole video of it. I'll show you what they have now, right? As a comparison. But Jesus, the fall off is fucking crazy. There we go. That's what they have right now, right? This is what the new studio looks like. So you saw what you saw there. This is the studio. This is what we're talking about. Fucking hell. To go from that big shit to this? God almighty, man. I just end it. I just end it all. I'd end it fucking all. Just record from your house, man. Fuck it.
Going to be really echoey for a little bit, but we're going to eventually fix it.
We'll get some sound absorbers.
Furniture.
We have to get stuff going.
Yeah,
it's
we're
a
gonna
real
get some
beast
stuff.
to get to this point.
This
real
is
beast.
Yeah. Take down some walls. I like this though. It feels very
cool,
quiet.
huh?
It feels very good.
Industrial, shoppy,
yeah.
podcasty.
Podcasty,
Cool.
real podcast.
There's no Airwan across the street.
No, that's the
Do I
one
need to
thing
talk
about
to HOA or
the thing about Texas is you go and drive.
well, everything's 20 minutes away.
Everything's 20 minutes away, sir.
Everything, and it's 20 minutes.
Yeah. Now,
which I don't mind because it's driving. It's just traffic is a nightmare.
Now
Oh no! Big up, Baba from Theo. Yeah, Baba didn't technically steal from Theo. Big up, Raikin. Papa didn't technically steal from Theo, but the suggestion is, or the rumor, the law is, Bapa's the one that got Theo to sign on with Podcast One, that shady advertising podcast agency thing, right? So Bapa introduced Theo to Podcast One. Podcast One kept money from Theo, didn't give him all the money that he was owed for the ads. But Brendan got his money. And then Theo did a video calling out Podcast One and his founder, saying that he was owed money. But Brendan never said nothing about it. And people are hypothesizing that that same time that Theo left was around the same time that maybe that deal was happening. So maybe the reason why Theo left Thick Boy and cut completely his ties with Brendan wasn't just because Brendan was bad for business and the whole Brian Callen rape allegations, all this malarkey. Some are suggesting that maybe that Podcast One deal that Brendan introduced Theo to that went south for him might have been the reason why Theo cut Brendan off. It's a bit of a reach, but I see where they're going with it.
You're a car guy.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to need you to understand a couple of things. You need a place to cover your car because the weather isn't very cooperative here, and sometimes it decides to hail golf ball size.
Did that get your
I'm
car?
not kidding.
I came in after that. Thank
I
God.
was driving and I got hit with, like deer turd size hail, and it was actually kind of scary.
And it fucked up the Tessie?
It didn't fuck it up, but it was hitting it so hard. I was kink. I was like, Jesus.
Oh my
And
God,
I
what are you
pulled
going
over
to
and
do?
tried to
We're
get
going to
under
find
it-
another
under it.
one. It's not like you're in some old school hot rod where it's like, what are we going to do?
What the fuck?
All you do is go to Tesla.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think actually there's a video about it. Let me see if I can find it. I think there's a video about it. What is it called? I think it's let's see, Coffeezilla, right? Coffeezilla. I think there's a video about it that kind of briefly explains it. That kind of tells about it. Coffeezilla spoke about it before. Yeah, there you go. Exposing the scam. So this is a video that kind of briefly explains what might have went down behind the scenes with Brendan and
$4 million was stolen from these podcasters, and
come on, cunt.
I decided to investigate. I found the man responsible, but before we confront him, let's go back to where it all started, when Theo Von, a comedian, released this.
Our podcast was defrauded. We were stolen from. The company that did it is KAST Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson.
Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry. KAST Media. Brendan introduced Theo to KAST Media. KAST Media then was bought out, I think, or changed to Podcast One. But the original thing was KAST Media. If I'm remembering specifically, KAST Media was doing something doing something shady where they were giving people guaranteed money up front. So if you signed with them, they'd kind of front you the money, something that like a weird pyramid Ponzi scheme type of thing, which is weird why they ended up owing the people a bunch of money, excluding Brendan. But they gave favorable rates as well. I think that's why Brendan stayed with them too, because I think Brendan is still signed to Podcast One. Everybody else left, but I think Brendan is still signed to Podcast One because they give them very favorable rates.
In total, I've just between talking with folks, there's up to $4 million that I know of. We're in the six figure.
Bingo, Young Old Vibes. Yeah, isn't that the guy? Yeah, Brian Callen's friends of Brian Callen and his old podcast. I think the Brian Callen show, one of the first iterations of his podcast, Brian Callen actually interviewed that guy when he had another business. So that guy's tied in with all the LA people. So it does make a lot of sense if Brendan and Theo fell out because of this. Because Theo was owed a lot of money, and Theo probably could blame Brendan for it. And we know how Brendan is when people need his help, he probably just ignored it, buried his head in the sand.
I know of podcasts that are in the seven figures.
Now, when I saw this, I had the same two questions on my mind as you do. One, who is Colin Thompson? And two, y'all are making 6 to 7 figures doing podcasts? I'm in the wrong line of work. Exactly. I make like 4 figures here in the $10 million studio. Barely keep the lights on, okay? So I went to do some research, figure out, how these people are making all this money and also how they got robbed. And what
big up God's favorite. Exactly. Jim Cornette, the wrestling dude. Big up Jim Cornette. I think he might have been the first person to fucking raise the warning sign or ring the warning bell about KAST Media. I think Jim Cornette was the first person to actually sound the alarm about them. So I hope he's got his money. Big up Skinnet too, yeah. The Spanish bank. If I'm remembering correctly, wasn't it like a Spanish payday lender or something? It was super dodgy too. They got a loan from like a Spanish payday lender or something to pay Brendan. Like crazy situation all around.
I found out was that this company that stole the $4 million was a podcast network called KAST Media. Podcast network being a fancy name for saying they represent podcasts to find sponsors. All that stuff you violently skip with the fast forward 15-second button. Yeah, those guys. And KAST Media would basically work with them as a middleman. They would take some money, give the podcasters the read, and then give the money. Of course, taking a cut for themselves. Now, that is simplifying it a bit, and we'll go into the details more later. But what you need to know is that KAST Media hadn't been paying their talent on time. And what started as being late for maybe a month had turned into 7, 8, 9 months late on paying until one day KAST Media and their CEO, Colin Thompson, says, hey, we're probably going to go into bankruptcy, which means you get nothing unless you take a special deal with another podcast network called...
That was the real scummy part. They were basically gonna go bankrupt, right? Fold the company, but then if you wanted your money, you'd have to take the shitty terms and then sign it over to fucking pod. Honestly, shitty, horrible business. Just rehashing this or going over this video now with fresh eyes, this would definitely be enough reason for me to cut my friendship with. If I was Theo, this would definitely make me not want to be friends with Brendan anymore. Forget all the Bobby Lee stuff. Forget all the Annie Lederman stuff. Forget everything. Forget Brian Callen's fucking rape allegations. This alone. If you got me into this deal and now they owe me hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're doing nothing to help and now they're trying to get me in a fucking 360 to get my money in a new company, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Podcast One. Now, who's Podcast One? Well, it's an even bigger network, and they basically say, hey, we'll acquire you, pay off what you're owed if you sign a new deal with new terms.
Big up Super Jello in the chat. Podcasting equals money laundering. Exactly. I was saying the same thing about the marketing. I don't really think I explained myself the other day pretty well about the whole marketing spend thing, but having worked in marketing and social media and all that shit, like a lot of that shit isn't real, man. Like maybe some companies are very good at keeping an eye on the KPIs and metrics and shit about how the money is being spent, but a lot of this shit is just, that's why I say like Brendan and Brian are never gonna go broke off TFATK as long as they just keep making pods, because I don't think KAST Media or Podcast One cares that Brendan and Brian probably buy views for TFATK, because there's a suggestion out there, which I'm also believing, that they probably pay for 22,000 views, because for whatever reason every episode they have never drops under like 30,000 or 20,000. So most likely people are suggesting that TFATK probably has like 2,000 legit fans, but then they add, you know, they obviously buy views. But I think that's all part of the scam. I think the podcast companies are okay if you fucking buy your views. Just make sure your views look a certain way, and then they'll, like, it's almost like you're fronting the money to pay for the views, and then they pay you on the back end, you know? It's kind of like that thing. So it's all a bit of a scam. It's all a money laundering thing. Everyone's kind of in it, you know? Everyone kind of knows it's all a fucking big scam thing. None of it is real. I think maybe some people have obviously real numbers, but most people that are doing, especially TFATK, it's all one big fucking scam.
With us. If you do, you'll get back some of the money you're owed now. Some
Because of the rate, exactly. AZ would split your week for like 15. Yeah, I'm not, honestly, like, some of the numbers I'm hearing here, like, I don't know. I legitimately I would do some unforgivable things to fucking get that money. I mean, I've crashed out in crazy ways over far less money. These people have like crazy money on the line and they're trying to be like, oh yeah, big up Jordan Ray. You know me well.
Some of the money you're owed over 2 years, and you'll also get stock in our company. But what stock? Well, Podcast Network stock, a company that wasn't public yet, but as of this video now is, and is down almost 50%.
Hold on, let's go back to that deal again.
Company.
This is a deal. 33% of the cash you're owed now if you go over to Podcast One, the new company. 33% of the cash you're owed over 2 years. 33% of stock of a stock that doesn't value. It's not worth anything. What's the Podcast One stock worth now? What's it worth now? Let's see. What is it fucking worth? What's the Jesus Christ. Let's go 6 months. It's been on a downward spiral ever since, year to date. Max. Wow. It's never been up. It's been on a downward spiral ever since they fucking went up. Holy shit. Imagine being okay with owning a 33% stock of what? Stock of what? God almighty, bro. And all but down. Nothing, no up. Down. Fucking hell. Crazy. Oh, what's that video? It's not there. Oh, where is it? Where did I put it? Bear me a second here. Where is it? Oh, where did I put the fucking exposing the camera? There you go.
But what stock? Well, Podcast Network stock, a company that wasn't public yet, but as of this video now is, and is down almost 50%. Now, if you took that stock in 2 years, you could sell it. How much it's worth at that point is dubious. Now, Podcast One would say they were just trying to help. It wasn't their debt, so it's a great deal. Now, the more cynical view of this is that it's kind of strong-arming creators. You either take the deal or you'll never get what you're paid. I mean, podcasters like Jim Cornette were literally told, in the event that KAST is unable to close the Podcast One asset sale, it will likely declare bankruptcy.
Jesus Christ.
Take the deal or lose everything you're owed. And to make things stranger, Podcast One was paying KAST Media in stock for every podcaster that took the deal. So if you agreed and wanted the money you were owed, you're kind of bailing out the company that got you into this mess. So obviously some people didn't like that deal. Although understandably, others did and took the deal. And look, I'm not here to litigate whether those Podcast One deals are good or bad. Frankly, it's not the point of this video. All cleanups are gonna be messy. What I did want to know though is, how did that $4 million go missing in the first place? And to try to find out, I began to reach out to everyone, starting with Colin Thompson, to ask for his side of the story. you're being accused of basically stealing $4 million. Your clients say you defrauded them. What's your side of the story?
Yeah, I appreciate you reaching out. I wanted to talk with you.
Whenever someone starts to answer off like that, it's a fairly straightforward question. Whenever someone starts to answer in this way, you know they're full of shit, right? I appreciate you asking, like, what? Just answer the fucking question, you scam artist.
Because I appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate your journalistic integrity, and I know that.
This is a classic sign as well, by the way. CoffeeZilla always says it's a classic sign of a scammer. When they come on and they're all fucking congratulatory and, whatever, praising, heaping all this fake praise just in an effort to sort of disarm him and to try and make him their friend and shit. It's like, bro, you're on this program because you're a scammer. You're not on here because of your business acumen or your killer entrepreneurialism and shit. Like, you know what I mean? You're here because you fucked up. Right, just answer the question. Put the fucking questions in the bag.
You're going to tell a fair story. KAST is sort of the dream of the vision of independence, free speech, not bound by sort of corporate norms.
Vision of independence is a middleman taking a percentage of the ad money. Like, what? How's that independence? You acting as a middleman for ads that most of these, I've always said, right, I think a lot of these podcasts probably don't even need these people, but they have them because they're probably deals that they probably could never get. But I think most popping podcasts probably get a lot of inbound requests for ads anyway. They don't need these podcast networks to give them ads or to sign on. I mean, it's not necessary. So it's almost like you're stealing money from creators anyway because they're just too lazy to do the work themselves of like securing deals with advertisers and shit. You're not helping out people. You're not independent. So fuck off.
The ability and the backbone to support visionary, talented, unique, independent voices, people like Theo Von. KAST perspective was independence is the product. There were plenty of times where, we believed in a show, it ran into trouble, maybe it was canceled in one way or another, and canceled, quote unquote, and we stood by our creators, right? Continued to support them through that time, when maybe a more corporate organization wouldn't. We weathered the storm together. We believe truly that that's what, was unique and special about KAST, and my heart and soul is still in that vision. I'm a musician originally, and I got into this because I wanted to support shows that were bucking the trend, going against the grain, but unique and important to the broader dialogue.
Yeah, sure you did.
But where's the 4 million? I mean, yeah, I hear you.
Exactly. Where's the fucking money, you cunt?
Everybody's got a grand vision, but the grand vision, when we get to this point, everyone wants to know where the money is, not what the vision is.
Sure. We built an infrastructure at KAST that I was and am tremendously proud of. I believe that over the years, we generated better revenue for creators, paid them out more than other podcasts would necessarily be able to because we invested heavily in an infrastructure, took an individualized approach, anecdotally.
But you're saying you pay out more, but I mean, clearly that's, kind of not true, right?
Wait, but you asked for my story. Do you mind if I just tell the story?
He didn't ask you a story. He asked you where the fucking 4 million is. You see, he's already getting rattled.
We're getting to the financial difficulties.
Sure.
Our vision, it really worked. Creators benefited, made a lot more money than they would have. And many creators do have more money in their pocket now because of that. However, during the period from February 2022 until February 2023, our unit economics changed drastically. Our revenue per download, which is an important metric for analyzing sales performance, free from content performance considerations, dropped by 58%. In other words, over the course of those 12 months, the revenue that we could generate on one download moved down by 58%,
Okay. That took 3 minutes to get to a real answer. And I've got to be honest, this whole conversation was about that painful. Talking to somebody who owes creators millions and he's telling you how he got them paid so much money is a little frustrating, but setting that aside, The central claim of Colin is that all of this happened because revenues dropped in 2022 and he just couldn't pay people on time. But as I spoke to people about Colin, I realized late payments weren't a new thing at all. People told me that was always the case.
Okay, you joined them in 2018.
2018.
Yeah. So when did you start getting late payments? Basically, like they didn't come when they said they were going to come. And when did you stop getting full payments?
I can answer that right away. That was right from the first check we were supposed to get. It didn't arrive.
Damn, son. From the first check. What kind of business these motherfuckers are running? From the first check, shit was late. God damn it. No wonder Theo and Brendan don't talk anymore. No wonder Theo doesn't talk to Brendan anymore. Fucking hell. The first check is already late. Yeah, I'm crashing out.
When he said
it was never on time.
It was.
Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Some very familiar faces. Look at these lying scumbags. Look at these. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Me and Brian, we're victims too. We're victims too, damn it. We're victims too.
It wasn't unusual if it was like a month late, a month and a half late, and then when it goes from, all right, a month late to 2 months late to 3 months late, and then I would say, hey, where's the deposit at? Go, yep, they're trying to figure out, man. He says he has this whatever investment coming, you're gonna get this huge lump sum of money. So then that didn't come, then you're looking at, now you're looking at 4 months, like, where's the money? Then you're looking at 6 months, like, okay, man, where the hell is our money?
Yes, that's a huge problem. Of course, up till 2023, money had slowly started coming in, so people were letting it slide.
One more time, I want to hear that. Where the fuck's our money? Threatening you, sons.
Okay, man, where the hell is our money? Where's the money? Then you're looking at 6 months, like, okay, man, where the hell is our money?
Yes.
The money. Then you're looking at 6 months, like, okay, man, where the hell is our money?
Yes, that's a huge problem. Of course, up till 2023, money had slowly started coming in, so people were letting it slide. But as these balances built up over time, eventually Brendan and Brian realized they were owed $400,000 on The Fighter and the Kid and upwards of $1.6 million across all their shows.
Now remember, Brian is just informed about Fighter and the Kid. I have to manage Thick Boy, Gold.
By the way, that's what we learned as well, by the way. That how cucked Brian was. Brendan had his own individual deals lined up with Podcast One, KAST Media, whatever. So they're obviously getting paid together as Tyrant, Fighter and the Kid, but Brendan had separate deals for every other pod, which also explains why he stayed with this fucking company, because they paid him for individual pods. They probably paid him for Below the Bell ad reads. So they probably paid him for Food Truck Diaries, Schaub Show, whatever else he did. Like, they paid him individually for each one. So he got like a nice fat check for each podcast because he did different ad reads or maybe whatever on each one. Kind of wild. So he got all the money from KAST and podcasts and Podcast One, and Theo got fucking scammed. Crazy world.
Now, or the other shows that are owed money. So Brian's like, can you believe this? I'm like, yeah, that $400,000 is terrible. Try 1.6 mil, bro.
Right.
What a piece of shit, by the way, right? What a piece of shit. You say you're missing out on $400,000, and Brendan has to one up you and say, but I'm missing out on 1 million. So that makes my pain more. My pain matters way more. You're missing out on $400,000, but I'm missing out on $1 million. Okay. We both got scammed though, didn't we, no?
Wow, 1.6 million. What are we doing here? Now, I should be clear, Colin...
Big up Copyzilla. Big up Copyzilla.
Wow, 1.6 million. What are we doing here? Now, I should be clear, Colin denied...
He knows what he's doing. Wow,
1.6 million. What are we doing here?
He knows what he's doing. Look at that face. That's the face of a guy that knows exactly what he just did. He knows exactly what he just did. He knows.
Now, I should be clear, Colin denies that there were these payment issues before 2022. Your Talent says they stopped getting paid as early as 2021. and they had issues and delays well before 2022.
No, I'm not aware of any difficulties before, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023.
Then I talked to his business partner, and everything changed. He told me accounting was always a nightmare.
My name is Destin Canals. I was Colin's business partner, as you would introduce me, and VP of Production and Creative Development with KAST Media.
One of the things Colin said is he was not aware of any accounting issues, early on. Is that true? Did you guys hear from talent about, because every talent I talked to said they were constantly complaining about accounting.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from the beginning had complained about how
Big up Younger Vibes. The money wasn't AZ time. It's fucking hilarious.
long it took to get paid.
And big up Black American Wagwan says, yeah, exactly. A literal Ponzi scheme. Exacto. Exactamente.
The managers would constantly step in. I think all of his accounting was done through Google Sheets, basically, and it was just him. But he would never let me see everything. He wouldn't actually let me see what was coming in and what was going out. And I was like, well, I kind of need to get a whole picture. And he just wouldn't share it.
Oh, that is a red flag. And it also lines up exactly with what I heard from a lot of the creators. The accounting was always weird. People had to chase it down, and the numbers were a little screwy. It led them to distrust what they were getting from Colin.
I can tell you, us personally, what we estimate we are owed is what they told us they owed us, plus whatever we think they still kept billing for after that date.
Anyway, you get the gist, right? You get the gist of what happened. You get the gist. Let's go back to TFATK. You get the gist.
Another white one? Okay.
Yeah. Well, still though, it's kind of crazy.
Do you have we have crazy bugs at the house?
Oh yeah,
we saw a tarantula on the sidewalk.
Sure did.
And
you'll see turtles on you'll see turtles
in the lake.
Tortoises. No, you'll see land tortoises. You're gonna see. We found a coral snake in our pool 4 days ago. Coral snake.
That's a problem.
Well,
that's not the poisonous one.
That's it's got cobra venom, sir.
Chin, can you look up if coral snakes are in Austin?
Oh yeah,
it could be somebody's pet.
No, it's got no. They're
because when we saw the tarantula, Tiger goes. That's.
Do you say Austin or you say Austin? How do you pronounce Austin there?
Well, it's got cobra venom, sir.
Chin, can you look up if coral snakes are in Austin?
Oh yeah,
it could be somebody's pet.
No, it's got.
Do you say Austin or you say Austin? Austin or Austin? Austin. You can't pronounce where you live. You can't pronounce where you live. Holy shit.
Look up if coral snakes are in Austin.
Oh yeah,
it could be somebody's pet.
No, it's got no. They're
because when we saw the tarantula, Tiger goes, "That's somebody's pet, right?"
Nope. So we had a tarantula in our pool, and they're big tarantulas.
Pray for that kid, man. Pray for that kid.
I don't mind a tarantula.
I don't either. But we have tarantulas. Scorpions are a big problem.
We've had a few scorpions.
Yep. Now we got rattlers and we got coral snakes. Now, good news about coral snakes is they're smaller, but they're hard to. They're not going to bite you necessarily. If they do bite you, it's a big problem. Texas coral snake.
Coral snake.
Not even found.
Texas coral snake are found in Austin, Texas, surrounding areas. They're a venomous species.
Yep.
While they're not aggressive, it's important to know they identify as he, she. Okay. All right.
No, and they've got. I believe, if I remember, they've got the same venom that a cobra does. They're in the cobra family.
It's a problem.
It's a problem.
What do they look like? Just so I can keep my peepers on them.
They look like coral. They're very pretty snakes. See that? Beautiful snake. That's a gorgeous snake.
What is it?
But you see how small?
Red to yellow, kill a fellow.
Got a
black to red, suck them dead.
Yeah, small little mouths though, little mouths. But
still,
no, you don't want to fuck around.
That'd be a problem. That was in your pool?
That was in my pool. Yeah, that's in my pool. So
I don't like that. We haven't had any of those problems yet.
Yeah,
powerful bunch.
And we didn't.
Yo, big up Skin It. He's trying to incorporate a new accent. B has no identity of his own. Now it's going to Texas. Oh, that's how people in Austin say. So you say Austin. Ah, I see. Apologies. Okay, cool. He's trying to sound like a Texan. Okay. I get you. Big up, Skin It. Appreciate it, bro. 'Cause
Didn't see it. The pool guy said Texas and said there's a
I didn't find a proper.
Red touches yellow, kill a fellow. Red touches black, venom lack. Huh. Red touches yellow, kill a fellow. Red touches black, venom lack. Wow.
Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, because
Been around for a hot
king
second.
snakes can have
Yeah.
a different look.
Yeah, and they're bitches.
But that's red touches yellow. So now we got a problem.
Red
Wow.
touches yellow, touch
Wow.
a fella.
I'm glad I know that. How did you know that?
I'm a snake.
Huh.
I'm a snake.
I didn't know you were a snake guy. You're well, what's somebody who studies reptiles?
Herbologist.
Herpetologist. Like herpes.
Yep.
Herpetologist?
Herpetologist.
Heavy on the herp.
Yeah.
Heavy on the herp. Heavy on the herp.
Which I wanted to be when I was a kid, and my father clipped those wings right quick. My father goes, I said, I want to be a herpetologist. My father goes, you say that now, but you won't be when you're older. I go, yes, I will. He goes, nope, you won't. You'll see.
What is this show, bro? You move all this way to talk about this nonsense shit. Sanaz dodged a bullet, innit? Let's be real. Sanaz dodged a huge bullet, didn't she? That girl was smart, man. Big up Sanaz. Sanaz dodged a huge fucking bullet. Because what the fuck is this?
By the way, my dad turned 85. I surprised him.
What'd you do?
Went to New York. We all
Did you
surprised
jump
him.
out of the closet, give him a heart attack?
He just didn't expect me to be there. And he was like, you came here for my birthday?
You went to New York?
I was like, you're 85, dude. Yeah, I came here for your birthday.
You went all the way to New York?
Yes.
Wow.
I was like, it's your 85th birthday, man.
You should have jumped out and went, surprise!
Of course Callum went to his dad's birthday, by the way. His dad's the one funding his life. I don't know why Brian... It's actually interesting that Brian's dad will be surprised. You're funding his life, bro. You're paying for your nearly 60-year-old son's, like, alimony and shit, probably, you know? Like, Brian Callen's making sure he's in the will, bro. Brian Callen's making sure he's in that will.
I know. Made a speech. Ate some steak. It was good.
You were there this past weekend?
2 weekends ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, we haven't seen each other in a hot second.
This past weekend, I was in Oklahoma.
I like Oklahoma.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see each other in a hot second. I was
Been a
living
while.
at an Airbnb. I couldn't wait to get out of there.
Couldn't wait. Once you make that emotional break.
Well, it just wasn't in my house. I mean, somebody's Airbnb, wasn't sleeping right.
Yeah.
Schedule was off. I went to a new gym today. Probably not the gym for me. I need to find where the meatheads are at. There's a guy. I saw.
It's just funny hearing them complain about regular people things, isn't it? They probably never had to do, innit? It's just so funny hearing them complain about regular people things that they've never had to do, ever.
Well, Gold's Gym in the area.
Some good gyms.
Sometimes that works. Yeah, there's some meatheads. I'll find them.
Yeah.
I'll find them. I'm just going
You'll
to keep
find some
jumping around.
good gyms,
Keep jumping around.
I would imagine you want a gym that's kind of close, right?
I mean, that one I went to today was downtown. It took me 30 minutes.
Yeah. That'll add up, though. Because then you're gone for really 2 hours. Bit of a waste.
I don't mind it.
No?
But yeah, I'd like one closer.
I did a little. I did your workout yesterday.
Which one?
I hit bench, incline bench.
That's not my workout.
All right, incline bench.
Okay, that's not my workout.
And then I did some deadlift, hex bar.
Not my workout.
I know. And then I did pull-ups.
And don't call hex bar deadlifts, right?
Well, it's
we call bitch lifts.
Well, no, because no. And the hex bar is good though, right? What do you mean no?
It doesn't do the same thing as
Why?
deadlift. Just do regular deadlift.
I don't have a straight bar. Gotta get
What
one.
gym are you at?
I'm just at my house.
Oh, waste time. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No. What do you mean
And
waste
you
of time?
well, you don't have enough weights.
Well, I got weights.
They go up to what?
Daddy is not so strong when it comes to the bench, and let's be honest, Daddy's not that strong in general. But
I thought me and Tim were both at Ways to Wells getting work done.
Yeah.
And I said, Brian works out with you, right? He goes, yeah. I go, he's doing like your guys' crazy workout. He goes, you know.
No, I am doing that crazy workout, and I'm gonna have words with Tim.
He just goes, you know.
I'm gonna have words with Tim. Did he say that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some words with him.
I love Tim.
The best. I love that guy.
Well, he met my kids for the first time, and I said, guys, you know Captain America, right? I go, that's the closest
that is
real.
Oh, fucking no. More Tim Kennedy slob, like, it hasn't even, like, they haven't even tried to spruce it up, make it different. They haven't even tried, you know? Where we trying to aim to go with the show, give you a little, maybe a bit of a rallying call to all the fans that are hanging in there. Hey guys, this is the plan. We're doing X, Y, and Z. Big plans. I don't know, something. It's just the same asinine, boring, redundant, garbage, useless, nonsense, slop content slop, as they say on the YouTube streets now. Non-tent and content slop you've ever seen. Like, just nothing. Going through the motions. No. And again, I don't hate to play the game. It pays them well. They do well off the back of it. But like, it must be tiring to do this. Like, it must be really tiring. It must be exhausting to do this. Because they clearly don't give a fuck. They just do it for the check, but it's like, God damn. At least make it like funny for yourself, exciting a little bit. I don't know. Do something.
That is Captain America.
Yeah.
That's Spider-Man Captain America. And his 10-year-old son ain't too far away. His 10-year-old son is a ridiculous athlete.
Little beast at lacrosse.
Well,
I didn't realize
hockey's hockey. Like, so
lacrosse.
hockey.
Lacrosse is his thing.
No, hockey's his thing. So he plays from.
Oh, they're gonna fight. They're gonna have a fight over who knows Tim Kennedy more. They're gonna fight about who can suck Tim Kennedy's son's dick the most. Keep that in mind, bro. They're about to have a fight. They're about to squabble. They're about to bicker over who knows Tim Kennedy's teenage son the most. Who's sucking him off the most? Who's more like, what the fuck is this, man?
From 10, he's 10 years old, plays up to 14.
Kid with the long hair.
Yeah, plays up to the 14.
So he's not even a teenager, he's 10 years old. Lovely. Love it, love it, love it.
14-year-old league and hockey. In 3 games, he scored 17 goals.
That's lacrosse, B.
No, it's hockey.
Promise you it's lacrosse.
I promise it's hockey.
You want to bet?
Yeah. Well, I've talked to him every day, Bubba.
Okay.
Oh, Brendan put his hand down there, didn't he? Brendan put his hand down, didn't he? He put his hand down quicker when he heard he talks to him every day. Honestly, the thin skin, the ego, the fucking The
videos of him playing hockey.
No, it's lacrosse, bud.
You want to bet? Because you're going to be.
Yeah. What do you want to bet? $100?
Yeah. $100.
Yeah, call him live.
They're betting. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. There are certain things that trigger me. These are things that trigger me. They're betting on this nonsense fucking bet, this nonsense argument, right? $100. Chin is probably counting his money right now. Chin is probably counting his hundreds and trying to figure out how much he has left until he has to find a place, until he maybe can't even work there. And they're like betting money on like this dumb fucking bet. I'd be furious if I was Chin. I'd be furious. It doesn't really matter, but just think about it. Chin is currently homeless.
All right. I mean, 17 goals is a lot for hockey. Let's see.
It's weird. It's like I wasn't just with Tim talking lacrosse for an hour.
I was just with him too.
Yeah, I know, but you don't pay attention because it's not about you, right?
That's projecting, right? That is projecting, isn't it? Doesn't that mostly describe Brendan? No, it describes both of them, but that's a lot of projection there. That's a lot of projection and very mean.
Let's see here.
All right, that's everything I got. Yes, hello.
Tim, you're on the podcast right now.
Tim, your son plays lacrosse?
No, his sport. Your son is sport. Your son's sport is lacrosse and
hockey, jiu-jitsu, and boxing.
Yes, but he's a standout in.
These men, honestly, having dads like this is fucking. It must be exhausting, isn't it? You see how proud and gleeful he was to mention the names of those sports. His dick got hard, didn't it? It's hockey, jiu-jitsu, and boxing. You know, like I think these guys, like these type of dads, are like must be exhausted. Like if you don't ascribe to the conventional, stereotypical male archetypes and shit, these kind of dads must be like, not even if you're like gay, just if you're a kid who just doesn't like sports, these type of dads must make your life hell, innit? These type of dads take a lot of pride in their kids being like sporty and active and physical, right? If you're just not that kind of kid, not that kind of son, not that kind of daughter, they must make your life a living hell. Because look at the pride and the joy that came out of Tim Kennedy's mouth as he listed these kid sports. Jiu-jitsu, boxing, and judo. Okay, bro. Okay. Calm down.
Which sport, the real standout?
This weekend at the Texas Wildcard Tournament, where they are now the 2033 state champions. He was the highest goal scorer and the highest assist leader in the whole entire tournament.
In what sport?
In lacrosse.
Oh, wait.
Yes, but
Give me my fucking $100.
hold on, no.
Yeah.
But also, didn't he?
Tim, no, hold on, Tim. When he scored 17 goals, was that lacrosse you were telling me about?
They kept saying no, that was hockey.
Thank you.
Oh, that was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, that was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually beautiful. But Brian is such a cuck. He's not gonna rub it in Brendan's face the way he rubbed it in his face. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful.
Thank you. I just won.
No, you didn't though, because like you guys are you're bickering over like him being a standout. We do not specialize athletes before high school. That is counterintuitive to the development of an athlete. So I have a minimum 2-sport athlete rule.
I like that.
And yeah.
Yes.
By the way, he's saying this where Brendan is putting all his chips on his kid playing baseball. He's just weird. Brendan is selectively in his head. He's got all these people around him who do the opposite of what he does, but he picks and chooses what he listens to. So he's got friends like Tim Kennedy who are telling him, he's being a bit facetious, it's a bit of a bit his joke, but he's saying that his kid doesn't specialize in any sport. He does 2 sports, at least, minimum. Whereas Brendan is putting all of his chips in his kid become a professional MLB player so he can, sit back and enjoy his fucking, tiny fucking riches. Huh. Which really might be hampering fucking Tiger's level of enjoyment of the sport anyway. He might need the actual bit of a break and, to enjoy another sport. But Brendan wants that kid to get MLB contract fast, and he thinks any distraction is not a good distraction. So Tiger's going to play baseball until he doesn't want to play baseball. And that's it.
Yes, but I was just saying that your son scored in a league that goes up to 14. He scored 17 goals in 3 games. And my friend who's a know-it-all said that's lacrosse, but it's also lacrosse. But hockey is the sport.
Yeah, this weekend he scored 20+ goals with 12 assists in one weekend of lacrosse.
That wasn't a bet. That wasn't a bet.
The bet he plays lacrosse.
No. I said, excuse me.
Don't drag me into this. I love you both.
I just said that he scored 17 goals in 3 games, and you said that's.
Since Tim Kennedy got exposed for like all the stolen valor stuff, I feel like Brendan and Brian are the only people who are publicly like his friends and shit. Most people are distanced. I feel like most people have distanced themselves from Tim Kennedy. Or am I bugging? Doesn't it feel like he's like, these are his only actual like, what you'd call him, friends in media and shit or whatever? Everyone else is kind of like, there's kind of, whatever. Natural, isn't it? Natural. Makes sense, isn't it? Makes sense that these fucking guys are hovering around.
Lacrosse, Brian. And I said, it's hockey.
Tim, did he not score that many goals in
lacrosse
too?
Dude.
He absolutely
that's
does.
The story
absolutely
he told
does.
me.
I don't care. Stop. You just lost the bet.
I didn't lose the bet.
We're going to reveal this.
All right.
Hey, Tim, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See you tomorrow, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, hey, Chris Williamson. Hey, Brandon.
What's up?
Brandon. Yeah.
Tomorrow, we're going to have an epic boxing workout.
Cool, man.
Come work out with us.
Have a good workout, man.
We don't hit each other in the face. It's exercise for old middle-aged men.
There's no way Brendan's going to that. There's no way Brendan's going to that. By the way, I thought he mentioned Chris Williamson. I thought he's going to say he's going to go on Chris Williamson's show. No, it's happening. There's no he's mentioned that. And by the way, did he call him Brandon or Brendan?
Come work out with us.
Have a good workout.
We're going to have an epic boxing workout. Hey, Brandon.
What's
Brandon.
up?
He didn't correct him, by the way, did he? Brendan loves correcting people. He doesn't correct Tim Kelly, does he? When Tim Kennedy calls him Brandon with his full chest, he doesn't correct Tim Kennedy, does he? He doesn't correct him.
Yes, sir. See you tomorrow, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, hey, Chris Williamson. Hey, Brandon.
What's up?
Brandon. Yeah.
Tomorrow, we're going to have an epic boxing workout.
Cool, man.
Come work out with us.
Have a good workout, man.
We don't hit each other in the face. It's exercise for old middle-aged men.
Yeah.
Wait, you box, but you don't touch each other's face?
Yeah, we just move around.
I don't even wear a mouthpiece. Like we do footwork, we do head movement, but like if you walk out of there with a mark on you, we have messed up. And
Hey, excuse me.
What time is that at?
Wait, Tim, why did you?
What time is that at?
9:30.
I'll be there.
Now, Tim, why did you? I hear through the grapevine that Brendan said, "Hey, Brian works out with you guys," and then you went, "Yeah," and he goes, "You guys have some pretty intense workouts," and he goes, "Yeah, he's out there." That's what you said. Why is it quiet on the other end right now? Huh?
No, I did say that. You do work out with us, and I also said that you're sneaky athletic.
You did say that. You did say that.
That's what I'm talking about, buddy. All right, I appreciate that.
Honestly, yuck, man. Yuck. He just plain old yuck. Yuck. Just yuck, man. Yuck. There's just like audio, phone, loudspeaker, fellatio session. Just yuck.
I got both your backs, and you're not gonna
He's pretty good.
me between.
Tim's a politician. You know what he is? He's a politician now. He's become a politician.
Hey, I'll vote for him. All right. Well, we love you. We'll see you in a bit.
I love you too.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, took a little break. B time.
Yo, get it out, bro.
We'll see you in a bit.
I love you too.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, took a little break. B time.
Yeah, baby.
Nuts.
Let's
take a break with your big nuts.
dude, the brunt. Let's take a little break. I got my brunt.
Anyway, let's switch over. These guys are fucking boring me to death. Let's switch over a little bit. Let's do a bit of podcast cringe. Big everybody tuning in. So far so good. Big everybody tuning in. If you're watching the show in live stream and you enjoy what you're seeing on the live stream, make sure you like the stream down below. As you can see, we're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the 31 days. So if you want to join and become a member, there's a link in the description. If you want to join to become a member, there's a link in the description to join to become a member. Click that link if you're that way inclined. So far, what have we learned for the new TFATK episodes? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. So the show hasn't moved to Texas because they're going to improve the show, because the show's going to be better and badder than ever. No, it's moved there because they probably just need to save some money. There's probably not enough room on this studio space setup to actually even have a guest on the show. I'm not going to lie. I don't think there's even room to have a guest on the show unless they have a different chair or something, or they scoot up on each other. I don't know what's going on there. So the show hasn't changed too much. The studio is still not adequately set up to host or whatever. Have a podcast studio in there. The echoing is horrendous. It's probably going to get worse as time goes on. Chin is still looking for a crib. No crib got. The conversations between Brendan and Brian are crappy and horrible and boring and a waste of time, as they've always been. The dynamic hasn't really changed between them, I don't feel like. Brian's still kind of the same old cocky self. He comes to the podcast looking like he just woke up, to be honest, but it is what it is. Yeah, man. They're just meaning to go on as they started, it feels like. They are just gonna they are definitely gonna ride the wheels of this pod until the wheels fall off. They are definitely riding this pod until the wheels fall off. They don't aim to innovate or anything, zero. But I'm curious to see what happens when they have free time. Will we hear some reports of them going to Comedy Mothership? Will we hear some reports about Rogan? It will be actually funny. Think about this. It would actually be funny if somehow, even though this is the most lowest they've been career-wise and podcast level and viewership, wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if Joe Rogan ends up doing a guest appearance on this pod just because they happen to be there? Wouldn't it be funny if Rogan actually physically attends and is a guest on the TFATK podcast? Last time he was, right, that infamous episode where he tells Brendan to quit fucking UFC, that was technically a TFATK episode, but they filmed it in Rogan's studio. But that'll be the first. Imagine if the first time ever he actually appears on TFATK, he appears on TFATK in this shitty garage. That would be so funny because you know he's gonna say something about it. You know he's gonna say something a bit mean, snarky, blunt about it. You know he is. So that's gonna be hilarious if it does happen. But likelihood probably not true. Likelihood probably not true. Anyway, let's go over to some podcast cringe. I want to do there we go. New podcast cringe. Bert Kreischer is crashing out. Let's react to that bullshit. Big up podcast cringe bites. Let's see what he's saying about Bert and Tom Segura.
I'm broken. I'm the reason. That's the reason the internet hates me at times, is because I've said everything. I'm just broken. I'm sorry.
Get together and talk about, you know what I mean? Like,
I just farted.
What
I'm cramping.
So on one side you have Brendan and Brian who are going through the motions, right? Not really trying anything new, not really innovating, not really trying to push themselves, not really trying to whatever. Alright? Just going through the motions. On the other end of the spectrum, you got Bert Kreischer. Constantly trying to push the line. Constantly trying to ham it up. Act in front of the camera. Do all this squealing. All this nonsense about I can't breathe. Saying he's fucking got a cramp while he's also moving his leg. Like all this nonsense stuff to get a laugh, to get a joke, to go viral. Choose your fighter. Boring, mundane, make you bleed out of your fucking eyeballs. TFATK content or TFATK slop. Or Bert Kreischer squealing, heezing, you know, quasi therapy session podcast. Choose your fighter.
I noticed, like, well, I'm famous, but I noticed people looking at me, like when we were walking. I noticed, like, these young girls saw me and then they giggled and then they were like, "Oh my god!" And then they ran over and they're like, "Are you?" And I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Can we get?" Oh my god! You know, I got jocked by these young girls in Hawaii.
Bert Kreischer's.
Are you? Yeah. Are you? Yeah. Look at that face, bro. Look at that face. There's difference in color of his face to his hand. The difference in color from his face to his hand. Holy shit. There's no way this guy smells good in real life. I don't believe it. There's no way that Bert smells good in public. No way. No way. In person anyway. No way.
Back with more made-up stories from the road. The last time we saw him, he was bragging about how he's never paid a bill in his life and his fear of opening mail. Luckily for him, he's got his wife Leanne to take care of all those tasks, which are clearly beneath a man of his stature and culture. But this week, it only took Bert a couple of drinks to open up about how much his wife's looks are fading in her old age, while at the same time, he's just getting better and better. This guy takes delusions of grandeur to a whole new level. And if you're wondering where Tom and Bert were for this episode of Two Bears, One Cave, they were special guests at Barstool's Chicago studio after their bar takeover promoting their vodka brand, because that's what stand-up comedy's become these days. It's simply a vehicle for the top 250 elite to squeeze out every dollar from their fans.
100%.
And we should be grateful. We need them more than they need us, remember? But we all know that Tom Segura's the...
So that's why they had that random Barstool guy there, right? What's his name? What's his name again? What's that guy's name again? Casey. I don't know. He's one of the founding members. Casey Hustle Shrimp. I don't know. Something.
The mastermind behind all of this. He's the king of comedy when it comes to diversification. Ever since his Netflix series Bad Thoughts dropped, he's been dressing like a professional skateboarder turned film director.
That's such a good point. He does got. He's like, I've directed a show, innit? He does go. That's such a good point. Oh my god. Tom is dressing like a director. Hoodie underneath the denim jacket. He's probably got a moleskin. He's probably got a moleskin in one of those pockets. Field notes. Grown ass man with no personalities, man. This is honestly, man. This is so ridiculous. But Tom dressing like a fucking TV executive is fucking hilarious, man.
director with pending allegations. Bert, on the other hand, is about ready to pop. If his face gets any redder, he'll have to declare it at the border. He is seriously crashing out hard right now. He's finally starting to admit that his stand-up comedy career is basically over. Both him and Tom have checked out from stand-up. I covered Tom's recent decision to step away from the stage to pursue a career in Hollywood. As for Bert, though, things might not be that simple. After the disaster of a flop that his Machine movie was at the box office, it's going to be difficult for him to make it back onto the big screen. Well, unless Tom helps him out. And we all know how Tom feels about working with Bert.
Was there ever a conversation about we should put Bert in one?
Wow.
By the way, big shout out to all of
Is that? Does he mean that in terms of the episode? That's fucking brutal. That's gonna hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. If I was Bert, that would hurt my feelings.
From my main channel, Podcast Cringe, who came over here and subscribed to this channel. I hope you're enjoying the shorter videos, and if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Things might be a little bit different for our boy Bert, though, because unlike Tom's semi-retirement from stand-up comedy, Bert's retirement might be involuntary. I called this at the beginning of the year over on my Patreon when Bert told Theo Von that he was taking some time away from touring so he could refresh and renew his material after his Netflix comedy special Lucky came out. At the time, I said that this was a sign Bert was running out of material, and it wouldn't be long before he crashed out and became a bomb expert, just like Joe Rogan. And now, just a few months later, Bert's finally come to the realization that after 25 years of taking his shirt off and telling made-up stories on stage, his time might finally be up.
Made-up
I had a really great run of not drinking.
How long?
8 days. Get on a plane for Hawaii.
By the way, it's just a nonsense Bert thing he does. He says 8 days, but then he would mean like 8 days from beer. I had a wine on the train. I had a fucking JD and Coke. I was on the plane. Like it's this weird fucking justifications and ration. I don't know. It's just a strange thing that he does. Like whatever.
I have 2 drinks before takeoff. Fly sober. Land no booze. At the hotel, no cocktails, sleep, wake up, feel amazing, workout. The reason I will be alive is because of comedy. Do 2 shows in Hawaii, 2 nights in Hawaii.
Oh, I didn't know you were doing shows.
Yeah. My stand-up sucks. And
the reason to be alive is because of comedy. No, the reason you be alive, you'll be dead is because of comedy. No, isn't it the opposite? Isn't the reason why he'll die? God forbid, not anytime soon. But the reason he would actually die would be because of stand-up. I feel like stand-up actually enables it. Maybe if he was at home more often, he would actually he would actually have better habits, you know? He wouldn't indulge himself so much, but being on the road and being away from his family or just being on the road in general, he definitely does seem to really enjoy that side of things. Like he lives for it, if anything. He lives for being on the road and being crazy and wacky and pushing the limit. So comedy is actually the worst thing for him, actually, if you think about it.
It's so bad I can't even tell you.
Stop.
I mean, I have nothing. I have no tentpole story I'm working on.
Yeah.
I got a couple stories that are okay, but like.
When did your special come out? March?
Yeah, and I made a mistake. I took 11 months off, and I should have never done that.
No, I think you did the right thing.
I think I'm so far removed from stand-up that like. It really is the first time in my life where it's taking a minute to get the rust off.
That's fine though. That's good.
Everyone in Hawaii, thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry.
At least Bert has the balls to be honest with himself. Fuck, I never thought I'd say that sentence out loud. But compare him to guys like Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan, who ran out of steam years ago when it came to their stand-up acts, yet carry on like they're the second coming of Norm Macdonald and Patrice O'Neill. It reminds me of Dane Cook. He became so good at self-promotion and used social media in the early days to get his name out there, but eventually people started asking themselves why they're still laughing. Even Rogan still brags about how he stopped touring years ago when his comedy mothership was built, and we've all seen the results in Burn the Boats. As for Bert, though, it's good to see that audiences are finally coming to their senses and giving him the reaction that he deserves. Man, I would have loved to been in Hawaii for this. And just to clarify, because they had to censor it, he opened with a joke in Hawaii about their women being SA'd by James Cook's fleet in the late 18th century.
Jesus Christ.
And the people in Hawaii were awesome. I opened with a James Cook, the women of Hawaii joke.
How'd that land?
Not well.
The thing about that joke is like, it's not even his style. Like, you know, that joke could probably work for a comedian, but it's not even his style. So when he said it, it probably came across really mean and rude and disrespectful, you know? It didn't even match his like his demeanor. It didn't really make any sense. Like, what? Like, why are you saying this? There's probably maybe one of the parts of telling jokes or being funny, it's not really about your delivery. It's just about everything about you. It's about who you are, what you embody, the kind of vibe you give off, you know? Maybe the stories you shared in the past. Everyone's like, hold on. Like, how do you even know who James Cook is? You know what I mean? That type of thing. Like, you just read this on Google, or you read this on Wikipedia before you arrived and thought it'd be a funny joke. Like, what? Jesus Christ, Bert.
What's the angle on it?
Soon as
like, I wish I was James Cook?
No, I said, you know, one of my favorite stories about James Cook, and everyone's like, we're not huge fans of that guy. And I was like, this isn't going to go over well. They pull up to Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
And James Cook's
you
like,
don't have to whisper anymore.
Okay. James Cook's like, well, this is ASMR.
Okay.
James Cook's like, to the guys on his boat, he's like, all right, listen, we all have syphilis and we all have rickets, okay? So I'm not letting you guys on this island. And they're like, but we need fruit. And he's like, okay, I have one rule. Don't f women. And they go, what about the fruit? Okay, 2 rules. Bring back fruit. Don't f women. Sends them in a boat. They come back in the boat. And he's like, how'd it go? And they're like, well, you're not going to be happy. Like, what? And they're like, we f a couple women. So now they have syphilis, so we might as well just go f them. That's what I opened with in Hawaii.
Comedians
Jesus Christ.
Can read a room.
And they were like, yeah, we know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think it's so funny that I just thought, when I heard that story, I thought it made me giggle. They didn't like it.
I think the comedians are at the top of the food chain because you don't have a band. You just have the read of the room, and the material has to be really funny.
End of the week, you know, it's like you get the rust off yourself. I opened my first show Thursday with that. And then by the end of the week, I was like, James Cook. And they're like, yeah.
That he could just, by talking, this theater filled with people were just falling down laughing. They're just blown away.
And I was like, do you want to know the craziest thing about James Cook? He couldn't swim.
Seriously?
He couldn't swim.
He's out navigating
the world. And apparently that was a tactic to keep your sailors, like, you didn't want sailors who could swim.
Oh.
You wanted sailors who couldn't swim because then they really gave a fuck about no one abandoned the boat.
What a crazy power to have. Like, what an unbelievable thing to be able to do with just your words.
And so, he tried to take someone hostage, and then they chased him in the water, bludgeoned him to death, and he couldn't get to the boat. He couldn't swim to the boat.
That's how he died?
Yeah.
Geez, Bert, that all sounds like A-grade stand-up material right there. Glad it worked.
Could you imagine? Bert, like, fumbling his way through telling that joke? Trying to get the historical details correct to not offend anyone, but then also trying to make it funny by offending people. Like, what? You just don't have the minerals. You don't have the fucking faculties. You know what I mean? You don't have it to tell that type of joke. But he needs to stay in his lane. Just keep his jokes about his kids getting fucking periods and shit, or maybe STIs. I don't know. Talk about his wife. Talk about fucking his wife. Talk about drinking. Just stick to your fucking hits. Stick to your hits. Don't try and venture out and do like observational, historical comedy. Like, it's not for you, bro. It's not for you.
Worked out for you. Sounds like our boy's been watching Shane Gillis's stand-up specials and tried to work in some history into his sets. Maybe leave the historical stuff to Shane, Bert. Stick to sharing private stories about your wife and daughters.
Exactly.
Your fans seem to eat that up for some reason.
So we built this in November 2023 is when we moved in, and I take my kids here all the time to like.
Your kids?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You guys are good at keeping secrets.
I mean, I don't put them online.
Oh, you don't do it in specials and talk about their periods?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You mean when they go to college and some guy walks up to her at a party and goes, I'm going to the famous right out of you. Yeah, you kid. I know who you are, and I'll find you.
Say his name.
Yeah, no chance that story actually happened. Isn't it strange that since he's...
Surely you wouldn't want to, even if it did happen, right? Even if that story did happen, surely you wouldn't want to repeat it, just so you didn't want to bring more attention to the story because you're a daughter. You know, you wouldn't want to repeat it again, but that seating arrangement is fucking horrible. But having to turn back and look at the guy, like, it's fucking hilarious. Why don't you just like make it so you all sit a bit more, in a wider U type shape? Why does Bert keep looking backwards like that? That's such a weird way to do the setup of the show.
His daughters have moved away to college, his stand-up comedy material has dried up. Must just be a coincidence, I guess. And speaking of dried up, Bert's completely delusional when it comes to his effect on women. For someone who's claimed to have never cheated on his wife, he sure does love to bring it up every single opportunity he's ever had to do it. For some reason, Bert's wealth and fame have led him to believe that he's in the same league as George Clooney and Brad Pitt. Those celebrity silver foxes who women love.
If he brings it up a lot, he probably brings it up a lot because he does cheat on his wife a lot. That's my theory, Somebody bringing up all the times they could have cheated on his wife, you probably are cheating on your wife. Like you probably are. Then why was she bringing it up?
Even though they're getting older. According to Bert, women fade with age, but he just keeps on getting better. The silence from Tom was deafening.
Dude, can I tell you what sucks for women is that they fade.
Just
it's like watching Superman get locked out of his house.
Women specifically fade?
Yeah.
What about guys?
Nope. We get better. I told this to Leanne. We're taking a walk. I'm famous, but I noticed people looking at me, like when we were walking. These young girls saw me, and then they giggled, and then they were like, oh my God. And then they ran over, and they're like, are you? And I was like, yeah. I'm like, can we get, oh my God. Not a lot of young boys were doing that to Leanne. And I said to Leanne, I said, it's kind of crazy. Like, it is inevitable. With women, it fades.
Hold on, but aren't you like, what a weird example. I get what he's trying to say, but what a stupid, idiotic, nonsensical analogy. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Aren't you famous though? Isn't your wife just a normal person who's not as famous as you? Aren't you Rogan's friend? Now, do I believe a gaggle of young girls knew who you were anyway? Probably not, but let's just go with it anyway, right? A group of like teenage girls knew who Bert Kreischer was, but you're the famous one. Of course they should know who you are. What does that have to do with like not looking your best in your old age or your looks fading? Bert thinks those girls came up to him not because he's famous, but because he's good looking, or in part because he's good looking. That delusion is that's the type of delusion that you think you should have. Bert is interesting because people like him won't have a psychotic break. People as delusional or as fucking just whatever mental as even like a Brendan. Those type of people don't have psychotic breaks. People like Brendan Schaub and Bert Kreischer, the guys who lie all the time, the guys who just talk the most shit. They don't have psychotic breaks. Regular schmegular people like me and you, we don't want to have psychotic breaks. But these people don't. They seem to go through life like easy peasy. They sleep like babies. They have no issues whatsoever. It's truly astonishing how they perceive themselves. The Lulu is massively strong.
And with men, we kind of our stock increases, especially if you make money and you're a little gray, look sexy, and I got jocked by these young girls in Hawaii. It was right when Leanne left. Leanne left, and I was only leaving 2 hours after her. I went down to the beach. I had a cocktail, and these girls came out and were talking to me, and they're like, "Are you here by yourself?" And I was like, "Oh, my wife just left. Like, you should come with us." And I was like, "Oh no, I'm leaving in an hour." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And then I was like, it's just so odd. Now,
what? Bert thinks he's an actual snack. That's a confidence that all of us need, to be fair. Bert looks at himself in the mirror and thinks he's an actual snack, That is kind of wild. He actually thinks he's an actual snack. Fair play, man. Fair fucking play.
I'm buzzed. It's so odd that, like, for women, it's inevitable. It happens to all of them.
Right. Well, they're the ones pursued, right? So like, guys pursue women. Like your DNA is seeking out the youngest, most viable, reproduction person too. And so like, you actually have a signal in your head that sees somebody that's older and goes, this is not a reproductive person. You know what I mean?
That's so funny, Tom, because that's exactly how I feel when I look at you and Bert. When it comes to Bert's stories, most of us have built a pretty strong bullshit detector over the years. This is what probably happened. Leanne left early, Bert had a couple of hours to kill, so he went down to the bar, made a big scene, explained to everyone that he's a famous comedian, pulled out his phone and Googled his name to show everyone, and then when a group of girls figured out he had money, they asked him to buy them drinks. Bert sitting in that chair, looking like a diabetes mascot, explaining to Tom that women fade but successful men like him keep getting sexier, is actually crazy. As usual, though, it got worse.
I almost envy ugly chicks because they never had it.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what's better, to have it and lose it, or to never have it?
I don't know. Can you even talk about anybody being? Can you even smirk or snigger at anybody being unattractive or whatever when you look like Bert Kreischer? Can you even have the guts? Do you even have the how do you even have the gall, the gumption, the courage, the neck to say this when you're fucking Bert? How?
Have it and never know what it was.
Did you ever like do like a like a charity fuck when you were younger?
No, I only who would fuck me. I've only had sex with 6 chicks.
Right, but was one of them? Did you ever go like,
no,
hey, you're
never.
not that attractive? You didn't say it, but
no,
you
I fell in love with all of them. I was like, I said I love you to all of them. Even the one night stand, I said I love you, and she was like, what? I was like, I'm broken. I'm the reason. That's the reason the internet hates me at times, is because I've said everything. I'm just broken. I'm sorry.
No, you're just really fucking annoying. It's not the fact that you're broken. People like broken people, like people that are vulnerable, that have issues. Like, you're just really fucking annoying.
People I love. I never even made out with an ugly chick, I don't think.
Really?
I don't think so.
Bert, you're the ugly chick. At least he's starting to realize why he's got so many haters. The shit that comes out of his mouth is wild. But that's not why people hate you, Bert. Theo Von and Tim Dillon say crazy shit all the time, and they've got big loyal fan bases who tune into their podcast and show them nothing but love. People hate you because the wild things you say are delusional, arrogant, and annoying. However, we really should give him credit for finally realizing his stand-up comedy sucks. Now that Brendan Schaub and Tom Segura have retired, and Bert's on his way too, the Rogan 6 never-been-funny comedians are slowly moving from the endangered list to the extinct one. But what would I know? I'm just some mentally ill guy on the internet. Anyway, make sure you...
Cool. Big up them. Yeah, I don't know. Brutal episode to watch. To be fair, there's a lot of correlation if you think about it. With the way Tom sits on that pod, how quiet he is, the lack of input, Bert's kind of same old fucking routine. There's a lot of kind of similarity between TFATK and 2base1K, isn't it? In terms of going through the motions. 2base1K was just a lot more glitzy, backed by your mum's house, you know, 2 prominent comedians and shit, both on Netflix. But there's a lot of overlap, a lot of similarities in terms of the boringness of their shows and just how nonsense and dab, you know what I mean? It feels like it. It feels like both of them. Both shows are pretty shit. But yeah, I don't know. It's all fucking nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's all a nonsense, people. It's all a goddamn nonsense. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's talk about VITALY. Let's go to VITALY. Big up JAMARI. Big up JAMARI. VITALY will never come home. I saw this title and I had to check this out. VITALY will never come home. As you guys know, Vitaly, the nuisance streamer, Russian dude, American. I don't know if he's Russian or American, but whatever. That guy Vitaly, he got in a bit of trouble because he decided to go to. To be fair, I didn't. No, I would have known. I was gonna say I didn't know. I would have known. To be fair, he went to the Philippines to do what everyone else was doing, like Johnny Somali, and piss off people. It didn't work, and the Filipino people seem to be very serious people. They don't take no shit. They really don't take disrespect too kindly, which makes sense, to be fair, because I've never met a rude Filipino person. Filipino people are usually salt of the earth, super nice, bubbly, warm, big smile people, very fucking hospitable, lovely people. So it's probably no surprise that Filipino people have probably another side to them, where if you cross them, you're dead. It's no surprise. You shouldn't be surprised. You know, people that are that smiley, that happy, that fucking joyful, if you do cross them, they're gonna make you pay. And Vitaly is Vitaly is seeing the consequences of his actions because he's been stuck in a Filipino prison since he got arrested. And I heard from like Legal Mindset and other people that supposedly they're saying, allegedly, people at Legal Mindset are saying that Vitaly might be in prison for like 30 years. 30 years in a Filipino prison. It's supposed to be in one of the worst ones there. I'm assuming there is no good Filipino prison, but they're saying that he's in one of the worst ones there. Shit.
So a couple of months back, an OG YouTube prankster turned IRL streamer named Vitaly got himself in trouble over in the Philippines. And at first it really just seemed like the latest idiot who travels abroad documenting their crimes for the world to see, really believing he is truly invincible.
Can I shove this up your booty?
What?
Is that
You know what's interesting too about it, by the way? Let me say this. Like, it's a false sense of security he got. I'm not sure if they did it on purpose or it's just the Filipino people are just very laid back. But I love that he got a false sense of security. He had like a little, I'm not sure how long this run was. Maybe it was a couple of days, maybe it was a week. But he had a run where he was running around the town, running around the city, doing a lot of annoying things and getting away with it, quote unquote. Then one day he got arrested. You know? I love that the police didn't freak out too much. He didn't get chased. They kind of let him get away with it. He thought he was getting away with it. And then they locked his ass up.
okay or no? They won't recognize me.
They're gonna call more security with that one.
I have a question for you. I'm the new general in town, mother.
Even when he went to the police station, and especially at his public press announcement, he was still openly mocking their people, and basically he made it seem like the entire situation was an absolute joke to him, laughing and taking the time to make faces for the
I'd love to see what his face looks like now. I'd love to see what his face looks like now. I'd love to see what his face looks like right now. God almighty.
camera. But quickly, Vitaly would face the wrath of the Philippines government, their president Bongbong Marcos, and the Secretary of Government John Vic Romulo. While he awaits his trial, Vitaly has been thrown in their immigration detention center, and we've already discussed how vile and disgusting these living conditions are.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Mattresses on the floor, clothes hanging by a wire, people sleeping, head to toe, ass to elbow. God, on the floor. You're probably lucky you get a mattress in there. Damn.
With men stacked up on each other at all times due to overcrowding, rats and other vermin running around 24/7, no access to showers or air conditioning.
Yeah, big up Ryan Guerrero Ken. They do this, let's be real, they do this to Asian countries because Asians are usually mellow, chill, and non-confrontational. They think they can get away with it. That's the thing that pisses me off though. But that's what I love about it too. I love the thing that pisses me off is that they go to these countries and target them because they know they can get away with that shit over there. But they wouldn't go to other countries, right? They wouldn't go and run some of this shit in like Central Europe, Eastern Europe, right? But they go over there and do it. But one of the things I love is that there are some countries in Asia where if you fuck around, you find out very quickly. And the Philippines was a good example. Yes, we know the government is really fucking strict. The other guy previously, the previous president or prime minister, he was accused of like killing bare people and shit. Like, you know, they don't play. But I don't think a lot of people thought the Filipino government would come this hard down on fucking Vitali. Like have you ever seen a streamer go to the Philippines since? Not a single one has stepped foot in that country. Like they gave him a false sense of security. He ran around the city for a while. They were kind of, you know, being their lovable, standoffish, chill people they are. But then once the fucking hammer came down, that hammer came down. I fucking love it.
Limited access to food, and absolutely no medical attention while this entire place looks absolutely vile.
Shut up, Chad. Stop scaring my mom. I'm not going to jail. I'm literally gonna have fun, talk to girls, eat some ice cream.
Yeah, big up Joe. And they say Americans are cruel to immigrants. Yo, it's like some of the people here crying about ice. Would you swap a air-conditioned ice, what you call it, immigration, whatever place in America for those places they have in the Philippines? Probably not. Probably not. But still, I guess these things are, you know, whatever. But it's just like this genre of like, I don't even know why this is even a genre of streaming, you know? Going to other countries to annoy people, like I just don't understand that even being a genre. Like travel is all about like exploration, meeting a bunch of different people around the world, you know, like what all these exposing yourself to different cultures, learning things from these people. Like I just could never get my head around like why this is like a way to do content. To go to other countries and just piss them off, get under their skin. For what? TTS? Fuck this. Come on, man.
I'm not doing anything fucking mom. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just hyping up with the chat. Let me just walk around. I'm literally gonna talk to girls, talk to strangers. I'm not gonna mess with the cops. Fucking calm them down. You need a fucking chill pill, bro. Always trying to ruin the vibes.
Now I do have several clips to show you guys today from Vitaly's last stream before he got detained. This was actually the day after he did all that bullshit out in public, and just watching this stream back, it's very clear to me that he was extremely paranoid. His mom—
Oh! It's not even, it's worse than I said it was. They let him get away with it for one day. He did all the fuck shit on one day. The next day he tried to like walk it back. So it sounds like most likely Vitaly was told after the first day, you're in fucking big trouble. I think he was told in no certain terms, you are fucked. He probably should have tried to run away from the country then. He was probably given a heads up. Someone probably told him that, yo, you did a lot of fuck shit that first day. You're gonna be in a lot of trouble, bro. He probably should have ran straight away after that first day, but he didn't. He tried to like, I don't know, have a good stream, and then he thought the Filipino government were gonna see the good stream and ignore the like what? It doesn't work that way, bro. You don't go rob a bank one day and then go fucking help out an old people's home and people forget you robbed the bank. Like,
Mom was very worried about him being arrested, and he was also clearly intoxicated or under the influence of some other substance running around the streets, while also still harassing people despite apparently trying to be on his best behavior.
I know, but let's just walk around and have fun. I'm not gonna fuck around with anybody for now. We'll see how long it lasts. The shots are kicking in. I came to this country and somebody told me to take this rhino pill.
I don't know. I like my drink, right? I like my vitamins. But do you guys get this fucked up in other countries? Like during the day, like just smash like this. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this version of tourism? Like, what is this version of vacationing? What is this version? Like, what is this? Why are you getting so drunk in another country like this? Like, God Almighty, Vitaly.
You know rhino?
No,
it's like a pill.
Okay.
So I took it and my PP won't go down. What do I do?
Release yourself, mate.
Do you think your wife can help me? No. Okay.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, man! This is the content he went to prison for. This is the content that he's potentially facing 30 years in prison for. This shit.
I'm so sorry.
Air conditioning, eh?
Can I make love to you? Sexy time. Kiss, kiss. LOL. I'm in a new country and my mom is scared for me. She says I'm gonna go to jail. Do I look?
Honestly, like, look at these gorgeous, warm face, beautiful Filipino people. And you just like, why can't you just have a nice conversation with her? Like, why do you have to be on the like? Why would you see a person like this and the first thing you think about is how I'm gonna piss her off? Please, please.
Look like I will go to jail? Thank you, thank you. But can I ask you a serious question? Can I have your number?
No, sir.
Okay, next time when you're 04, got you.
Now, after over 7 weeks of living in these conditions, we have several updates on the state of Vitaly's mind, as well as where and when this case will be moving forward. And let me just tell you guys right off the bat, it's not looking.
That mustache is something, isn't it? How's his mustache thicker than his eyebrows? Jamari's a fucking funny looking lad, isn't it? How's his mustache? How's my man's mustache thicker than his eyebrows? Big up Jamari. Big up blood clot Jamari.
Good for this guy. Now, a lot of this information is coming from the Philippine media company GMA Integrated News. They often are the ones to have access to quotes from the president and other people involved in handling this situation. That's where this guy Romula comes in to say that Vitaly actually wrote him a letter begging for his freedom. This news anchor comes on and explains.
Whoa! So all that laughing, all those faces he was pulling, all of that shit he was doing at the press conference. He's changed his tune now, isn't it? He's writing letters to that guy.
Means that in his note, Vitaly claims he is developing mental health issues during his time at the detention center. You know, I guess waking up to rats
Well, duh.
in your face and the smell of piss in the corner piling up will do that to a man. But honestly, this is an Asian country, dude. They do not want to hear about your mental health issues. I mean, honestly, that's the exact lesson that they wanted to teach his ass, like this is not a game. It's also very ironic because Vitaly is likely the type of person to clown on someone for saying they have depression or anxiety, but now he wants to use it as his scapegoat to freedom.
It's game over, brother. I'm gonna go get arrested. That's the real. Yes, I am. Nope, mission's not completed if I'm not arrested. I love you guys.
On the other hand, Romula describes Vitaly as an undesirable alien who overstepped his boundaries out in public.
Na he's suffering from mental health issues daw.
Issues? Ano yung pakiusap niya?
Na kung pwede drop na yung mga kaso, na hingi siya ng patawad.
Yeah, so basically this guy does not get...
Please, Filipino government, if you're listening to my little fucking stream, please don't back down. Don't do what most countries do in that part of the world where you're religious and you're chill and you turn the other cheek and you acknowledge and you forgive the person. Please don't. This needs to be a lesson learned, because I have a feeling that Johnny Somali, he'll probably get off on his thing, but a lesson needs to be learned. These nuisance streamers need to know that there's consequences to your actions. And Vitaly's a big streamer in that world. This will send a message. This will send a stern message. Hopefully they don't listen to his pleas in the fucking letter, and they do actually give him a proper stern fucking prison sentence. Because as sad as it is, it's well deserved. It's well deserved, man. And it will send a stern message to everybody else. I hope they don't do what I would imagine they probably would want to do, which is forgive the guy. Don't forgive him. He's unrepentant. He's just doing it to try and get out. He doesn't really care. Please don't forgive him. Please don't
give a fuck about any of that. He basically said, "Oh, you poor little piss baby." And I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess that as Vitaly lays his head on the stomach of a shirtless Asian man, while bugs are flying around his face and he has withdrawals from not being on steroids and other drugs he was likely abusing, he really wishes that he hadn't acted like such an asshole to this guy Romula's face over and over again. I mean, y'all know that Romula saw that shit on playback and thought, "Oh, you think you're better than us?"
That's the thing, like, Probably there's a possibility, right? If he was like remorseful immediately when he got arrested, if he was like really remorseful and maybe offer to do something to, you know, show it, maybe send a message on the TV, whatever. If he actually was and did all these antics at the press conference, maybe he doesn't even stay in prison for this long. Maybe they let him stew in there for a week or something to teach him a lesson, and then you just send him on the first plane back, and then you're banned from the country. But all those antics at that press conference, the laughing, the clapping, the hat thing, asking to go to the toilet, like trying to touch the guy when he's talking, like ay.
You think this shit is a joke or the Philippines ought to be fucked with? Well, I'm gonna make sure to really fuck you up now. I'm gonna make it my personal mission. And so he's saying fuck the mental health, these actions will not be overlooked, and that Vitaly will be facing 3 charges soon, all for unjust fixation, which is essentially like a disturbing the peace charge, with the key caveat being that this is a crime that occurred without violence. It does seem like the ones pressing these charges are the 2 security guards who he was messing around with, stealing their bikes, their hats, and trying to make a mockery of these men. Now, the rumor was that after he got detained, Vitaly actually tried to buy these guys off in the form of a financial settlement for them to drop these charges, but they apparently held strong and wanted to see this man convicted. After all,
Really? Is this actually true? No fucking way. No fucking way. He tried to buy them off. These guys, I'd assume these Filipino fucking security guards could, you know, they could probably use the money. I'm imagining, right? Any money is good money, but they still said no. Nah, fuck you and your money. You need to be taught a lesson. We're going for the full conviction. Hilarious.
Despite what some of these influencers might think, you can't just always throw money at your problems and expect them to go away. I really do believe that some of these guys think that because they hand out money on camera, they can do whatever they want.
I will call the police, call the police, and I will show what I did for the country. How much I donated to the poor, what I did in the hood. Call the police. I'm not even gonna get into that, bro. I'm not, bro. It's insane. Praying for people, freaking donating to the kids. It's never good enough for anybody, bro. I swear, bro, I need to make my own fucking YouTube kick.
But sometimes it really is about the principle of what you did to someone, and in this case, they want to set the example.
Jesus Christ, man. What is wrong with, like, and also, how old is Vitaly? Surely he's too old to be doing this. Like, surely, just in terms of age, this guy's too old to be acting this way. Too old to be making your money this way. Like, come on, man. Grow up, bro. Evolve. Transition to something else. Like, what is this content? Running into fucking McDonald's. Like, huh?
That their country is not to be fucked with.
Batay sa resolusyon ng prosecutor's office ng Taguig, merong sapat na ebidensya.
So based on resolution, there is sufficient evidence to have a reasonable certainty of conviction.
Para magkaroon ng reasonable certainty of conviction para sa krimeng unjust fixation.
If I end up in jail, you know where to find me. If I don't respond to your text, I'm going ballistic right now by myself. So
now powerful else here.
Yeah, big up.
Big up. Sorry about this burst comments. Beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji. Beamsy emoji, beamsy emoji, cheesy emoji.
Big up, Mike and Mills. Appreciate you.
Here is that they did recently drop those theft charges. I'm not sure if these stemmed from the incident where he got on the cop's bike and kind of drove away, or maybe when he tried to steal those fans or that mask from that store, but they did indeed drop that charge. Though it does look like they are certain of the public disturbance, so they want to hit him with those 3 charges of that unjust vexation. Which is actually pretty good news for Vitaly in the end. I really thought that they were going to throw the book at him.
The civil trial, I don't know, it's civil criminal, maybe it's criminal, it will maybe last 2 to 3 years. Then the minimum charge I think will be 5 years per guilty verdict.
But here is the part where it really looks like Vitaly is...
God almighty, bro. It's bad enough spending 5 years in prison in your own country. Could you imagine spending 5 years in prison in the Philippines? Could you imagine? Like, what? Huh? The climate, the language, like, what the fuck are you doing there, bro? I'm sure there's a bunch of people there anyway. If sure he's, or maybe there's a foreign prison. Maybe I doubt it. Maybe there is a foreign prison, but like, huh? Shit.
is fucked. Because even though he would likely only spend 1 to 4 years behind bars for these 3 charges, when he actually gets out, there is literally nowhere for him to go, because he was a green card holder here in America, and was also still a citizen of Russia where he is from. But now representatives from the Philippines have been calling around, and neither America nor Russia is choosing to accept him in the event that he does get deported. Russia...
What the so he's not an American citizen? I thought he's an American citizen. So he's doing all of this with only a Russian citizenship on him and an American green card. Honestly, these people are so reckless, man. They are so... He was doing all of this nonsense he was doing, and he didn't even have American citizenship. Fucking nuts. Honestly, fucking nuts. And I don't know if Russia has ties with the Philippines. I don't know if they were. I don't know what going on there. But oh my god, he was running around the entire country, the entire world, doing all the madness he was doing, and he only had a green card.
His homeland has literally said they have disowned Vitaly, with their officials emphasizing that they are in favor of him facing justice and consequences for his actions, even warning their people that when they travel abroad, they need to respect the local cultures and their laws. Clearly not wanting some sort of blanket punishment for the actions of one imbecile, especially one who has essentially disavowed his own home country in favor of a...
Oh yeah, so true. Remember he was doing that whole fucking Trump, that's a good point. It's all coming to bite him in the ass. God almighty.
America, who has also said at this point that Vitaly is not their problem. Obviously right now there are not nearly as many people coming into this country, and with the whole immigration situation, they likely look at Vitaly like he fucked up his golden ticket. And let me just tell you guys, the Philippine prison where he is likely going to be heading pretty soon is even worse than where he is currently at. These prisons are described as overcrowded and unsanitary. Every night you sleep body to body with a stranger. And for example, if a facility was designed to house 1,000 prisoners, they would try and squeeze 5,000 people into that space. This overcrowding obviously leads...
Oh my fucking god. That's a prison. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Where do you even start, mate? Where do you even begin? Where do you even begin? Where do you even begin, bro? Like, I honestly don't think I could fit in there.
So a couple of months back, an OG YouTube prankster
turned
IRL
sorry.
streamer.
I have to start getting that. Honestly, I don't think I could fit in one of them. I don't think I could fit. Honestly, I don't think I could fit. I swear to God, I don't think I could fit. I won't be able to sleep. I don't think I could fit in one of those little cubicles. I'm fucked. If I got arrested in the Philippines, I am fucked. I couldn't even sleep. I couldn't even fucking sleep.
The Philippine prison where he is likely going to be heading pretty soon is even worse than where he is currently at. These prisons are described as overcrowded and unsanitary. Every night you sleep body to body with a stranger. And for example, if...
Yeah, big up Joe from MIA, exactly. Now Trump's USA doesn't want him back. How dumb he didn't even have protection in American citizenship. That's the thing though. I don't even think he would have got back into the United States even under Biden administration. That's how fucking tetchy the whole thing is. You know, when you think about it, politics wise, you know, like he probably would have been just as much risk of not coming back to the States, even if Biden or whatever, Kamala won. It's just a dumb move in general to be doing all that madness. Like, I don't know, maybe because I grew up in like a well-to-do immigrant family and shit, but when I was growing up, that was like part of the warning you got from your parents at home. Don't get in trouble. Don't do anything stupid. We ain't got papers yet. You know what I mean? You were kind of warned that when you were... I don't know if anybody else was, but I remember hearing that from my parents and other people, like other immigrants and shit, who maybe immigrated here to whatever, refugees and shit. It's a constant thing you always hear. Don't fuck around. You ain't got your papers yet. You ain't got your papers yet. You ain't got your papers yet. Don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble. And this guy's going to other countries. He's traveling around the world. and he doesn't even have American citizenship. And then he's openly fucking, shucking and jiving for fucking Trump, knowing what the relationship is between the States and Russia.
If a facility was designed to house 1,000 prisoners, they would try and squeeze 5,000 people into that space. This overcrowding obviously leads to a lot of illness, disease, and in some cases even death.
The struggle for survival begins. The struggle for space, for air to breathe. There is no access to food or water. The prisoners must persevere in one of the most overcrowded jails in the world.
Jesus Christ.
Now, we don't know exactly when this guy will be sentenced.
Small question. Dumb question, small question. What do we think those bottles are for? Are those bottles to piss in or to drink? Like, or maybe to shout? What do you think those bottles are for? What do you think those bottles are for? Oh my god. What the fuck are those bottles for?
Now, we don't know exactly.
We got people say both. Both. Big up Bo Jackson. If AZ got locked up there, that you as a match
Powerful bunch.
What's that, Aziz?
Those bottles are the Glock dookies.
Yeah, I think so. I think my stream is working. Yeah, it should be, brother. Let me click the link. The link is there at the top, I think. Yeah, it should be working. Oh, whoopsie. Maybe did I do it wrong? Did I do it wrong? Maybe I did it wrong. I don't know. Did I do it wrong? Did I do it wrong? Oh, yeah, I did it wrong. 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 Unfortunately, I did it wrong. Apologies, my dear viewers. Actually, let me play the video. I'll get up in a minute.
Exactly when this guy will be sentenced or what prison he will be going to. But like I said, this guy Romula really seems like he has made it his personal mission to see that they make an example out of Vitaly. So I really would not be surprised if he ends up in one of the worst places they have to offer. And you guys also have to keep in mind that this clown already skated much worse charges here in America. So maybe this is really just bad karma finally catching up to him. But I still think the most interesting thing to see will be when he actually gets out, where he will go. Because obviously no one wants his ass back in their country, and they're not going to waste their resources to do so. So I do want to know what you guys think about this Vitaly.
Bottles? You put her weed in it.
And they did it to himself, but those bottles, man, those bottles, that just, I don't know what it did for me, but those bottles kind of gave me a reminder of what's going on, really, you know? Those bottles kind of give me a visceral idea of what actually happens in there, for real. Fuck, you know. So let me get the thing up on here. Apologies, I got the wrong link for the Streamlabs. Okay, there's the correct link for the Streamlabs. Let me replace the pin message. Apologies. Even with this information, anybody in the stream chat feel bad for Vitaly or no? Seeing the conditions, seeing the state of these Filipina prisons these prisons in the Philippines. Anybody feel bad for Vitaly?
Update down below. I do think that things are really going to start heating up in this court case. We might see the actual charges as soon as this week. Obviously, Vitaly is not having fun over there. I'm sure he's questioning a lot of his life choices. But hey, I guess that's what happens when you're pushing 40 and you're still running around like a goddamn idiot out in public in a foreign land. But either way, guys, I do want to thank y'all for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. Y'all let me know.
Yeah, like I said, man, he's too old for this type of content, man. He's too old. He needs to evolve. He needs to fucking change. Do something, man. This is not the way to be living your life. I couldn't imagine being a fucking nuisance streamer in your mid-30s. Like, really? A nuisance streamer in your mid-30s? This is what you're doing with your time? Nuisance streaming in your mid-30s? He is fucked, isn't it? He is well and truly fucked. Well and truly fucked. Cool. Let's move on. Let's move on. We done quite a bit, innit? We done quite a lot here. Yeah, let's mix up a little bit. Let's do this. Yeah, another nuisance streamer. Big up 15 minutes of shame. Nuisance stream.
Powerful bunch.
Big up.
Give us a salute and nuisance stream. We want to see you crash out for chat.
Yo, I don't think I have it in me, you know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have it in me. I really don't think I have it in me. I'm too much of a pussy, to be honest. I'm too much of a pussy, really and truly. Deep down, I'm a big old scaredy cat. I don't really have it in me. I'm too polite, I think. And too remorseful and shit. I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it. But big up Bloodcut Coil in the chat. Wagwan G. Big up LB. Big up Glitz. I see you, Glitz C. Big up Black American, God's favorite. We're gonna go for about 10 more minutes. This is probably gonna be the last video. This will probably be the last video I reacted. I'm gonna bounce, and then we're back again tomorrow. But big up everybody in the stream chat that's here. Big up Asada Z's. Big up Grown Baby Golf. I see you. My Nuts. Coiler, of course. Ryu Ken. Izanella, what's good? Andy Ward. Joel from MIA, of course. GG. Mats. I see ya. Mr. Still Your Girl. Everybody that's in the stream chat. If you haven't already, Micah Mills. Ricardo. Wagwan. Everybody that's in the stream chat. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Smash that like. Help a brother out. Visibility settings. Help a young content creator. Big up Two Swords. Vitaly is going to miss out on so many AZ. You're such a cunt. Vitaly's going to miss out on so many AZ random shows. What's he going to do, man? Like, oh my god. What's he going to do? Missing out on the 7th day one. Big up Two Swords. Anyway, let's go. Oh, this is so loud. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that.
Out of the wall! Get out! Get on your face! Hey!
Get a firearm! I got you, Jordan.
God. Alright, so the channel Midwest Safety just released the body cam footage of the incident between Tanner Cook and Alan Coley. For those who don't know, Tanner Cook is the prankster who got shot in the mall after harassing the wrong one on the wrong day. And so much new information has been revealed.
Okay.
First of all, the extent of public resources that Tanner Cook wasted that day. The amount of lives that were put in danger because of his pathetic prank, and also an appearance on Dr. Phil that I've never seen before, which is honestly very revealing. First, we'll take a look at a brief compilation of the crimes that led up to this incident. Take a look at this.
Certified Goons, a YouTube channel featuring Tanner Cook and his peers as they provoke unsuspecting people, usually retail workers or customers, to capture their negative reactions on video.
We're gonna get some people real riled up and real mad.
Oh my god. So they provoked a random person in the shopping mall. The person, I guess, shot the kid.
I know that this is funny to you.
I'm not here to
This isn't funny to us.
I completely get that.
It's not funny. Buddy was pretty mad. Clearly the people in the store didn't enjoy it too much, but we had a lot of fun.
So unhinged. So unhinged. The people in the store didn't enjoy it too much. They fucking hated it, but we had some fun. Wow. Yo, big up Unique in the chat. Wagwan, my brother Unique. Wagwan to Blood Clot Unique in the chat. What you saying, G? What you saying, Big YN, my Big YN brother? What's going on?
Tanner, seemingly unaffected by social shame, is willing to push boundaries to get what he wants. Tanner's own posts show him invading personal space.
Bro, just back up. Hey!
Step back.
Right here.
Knock it off. Bro.
Shouting and making loud noises.
Out now! Yeah. Cynthia for a threesome?
Alluding to...
I'm not gonna lie, but people are... This just proves that people are generally quite nice, isn't it? And chill. No? Don't you guys think? This kind of proves that people in general are quite nice. Because you'd think people will get more violent with this, isn't it? With the stuff that he's doing, you'd think people will be more violent, but this proves that generally us humans, despite our issues, despite our backgrounds, despite where we live, whatever it may be, we're actually nicer than we give ourselves credit for. Because this kid should have been punched, kicked, thrown, chucked, stomped out, choked out ages ago, before even the shooting incident happened.
To commit crimes.
I'm calling the cops.
Why?
Because you're trying to steal from my store.
You have to pay for it. Okay, well, I'll just take it.
We just went into some stores, started breaking items. We didn't actually break any of their stuff, but they didn't know that.
Get out of the store, now! That's mine. I don't give a shit. Get out. I use a water bottle and act like we're peeing on the floor. No, it's not funny. We'll clean it up.
Honestly, after watching that, it is embarrassing that YouTube still allows this channel to remain on their platform. Because even right now, if you go to Classified Goons on YouTube, his channel is still there. When it is proven that this guy just harasses people for a living. At least YouTube made the right
YouTube don't give a fuck.
choice when it comes to Dirty and Red. I made a video a couple weeks ago exposing them. Even a Tozy picked up on it, and then they got so butthurt that they filed a copyright strike, but YouTube terminated their channel. I don't know why they're giving Tanner Cook a pass. Leaving this channel up is just encouraging people to do this garbage.
Startling people with sudden movements.
I don't know why he's doing that, but it's nice working with you guys.
And provoking confrontations.
Get out!
Back here! Get out of here!
All without consent from those.
How's he getting away with this, by the way? How did he get away with this for so long? He's got the kind of face that you'd imagine most people would want to punch anyway. I wonder what it is. Are they scared of him in real life? Do they not want to catch a charge? I'm surprised he hasn't been physically harmed way before this, honestly.
Those they force into these situations.
Taking pictures and filming people.
You need to stop recording.
Can I do a couple tests on you? Dude, she's like the hottest person I've ever seen.
Don't take a photo of me. What are you doing? You can't do that. What the hell?
All we're trying to do is like capture the animals in the zoo. That's it. We're recording the giraffes. Stop! You invited me for dinner?
You need to stop recording these girls. It's creepy and it's inappropriate. Go.
Intimidating behavior, especially given his reportedly 6'5" and over 200-pound frame. Even when engaging with armed individuals, Tanner has shown he will continue his antics.
Seriously. Dude.
Just leave it right there. You're tripping, bro. Are you f***ing around?
No, don't touch me. It's just a hug. Get the f*** away from me. Dude. All right. It's just one more f***ing time.
That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude.
Just leave it right there. You're tripping, bro. Are you f***ing around?
No, don't touch me. It's just a hug. Get the f*** away from me. Dude. All right. It's just one more f***ing time. Get the f*** away from me. Dude. All right, we'll f***ing shoot your out. Right the f*** now. Be gentle with me, please.
Police have been called dozens of times as a result.
Oh, come on, Eden. Come on, Eden. Eden. Hopefully that's your name. Don't bum us out like that, brother. Don't bum us out like that. A little late, but I think the bottles were collected perspiration to drink. Come on, bro. Don't bum me out like that. Don't bum me out. That's meant to that collects perspiration to turn into like fuck off. Oh my god. Tragic.
Please hang up and dial 911.
We've already called the police on them.
The police are on their way.
The channel operates in a legal gray area.
If they're telling him to leave, he's not. Then he is committing a crime. He's trespassing now.
Out. 911?
Now. There's no arguing about it. You need to go.
Get out of my store! Get out!
Outside of these apparent violations, his actions are also textbook examples of disorderly conduct, with plenty of perceived evidence posted on his own channel.
I get no I'm going to jail, brother.
I'm a motherfucker that breaks cameras. Hey, come on.
The videos also depict that Tanner runs away from the scene before officers arrive, ultimately avoiding consequences.
I think this is all the evidence we need to prove that Tanner Cook serves no purpose on this earth. He has no...
Whoa. 15 minutes of shame. Chill, bro. Chill. God almighty, he wants to unalive Tanner. Like, let's relax. He deserves a beating. Maybe throw him in prison or something for a couple of years, make him learn a lesson, but you want to unalive the kid? He doesn't deserve to be on the planet Earth. Like, god damn it, 50 minutes of shame.
We need to prove that Tanner Cook serves no purpose on this earth. He has no use whatsoever. He is a parasite, a leech. The only way that he can create content is by committing crimes against unsuspecting victims that have nothing to do with him and want nothing to do with him. And eventually, he found the right guy on the right day. And that brings us to the incident. Now we'll take a look at the body cam footage, which is pretty insane, to be honest. It truly showcases that Tanner Cook wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars that day of the taxpayers' money. Take a look at this.
Get back! Hey, Brandon, go back!
So I see where Midwest Safety is going with this. Technically, Tanner Cook is the gunshot victim, but let's be clear, he is no victim in this situation. He is the primary aggressor.
Hey, love, I'm on you.
So that was him at the front. That was him there at the front, they're saying, right? So when he passed him, that's him at the front there on the floor. So he got shot by somebody that he was annoying in the shopping mall. And that's him lying on the floor.
Get back! Hey, Brandon!
Look, he learned his lesson, didn't he? He learned his fucking lesson, didn't he? Look at the fucking idiot. All that fucking trolling. There you go. That's your fucking reward. Have some of that. Look at him. Look at the kid. It hurts, doesn't it? That shit hurts. What a fucking idiot, honestly, man.
Go back.
So I see where Midwest Safety is going with this. Technically, Tanner Cook is the gunshot victim, but let's be clear, he is no victim in this situation. He is the primary aggressor.
Hey, Leverage, I'm on you. Watch Forever 29.
By the way, salute to the cops though, running in, bro. They're running in, full steam ahead, ready to fucking dump some bodies. Brave, man. Absolute brave cops. Complete opposite of those fucking Texas cops, right? In that school. They were fucking shivering on the outside of the fucking building. These guys running in. Obviously, they don't know what they're gonna see, and obviously, it's not as bad as it looks. But still, big up the cops when they don't know what they're walking into. They fucking went in there, fucking ready to fucking rock. Imagine getting your head knocked off while you're on TGI Fridays, huh? Imagine you're just enjoying your TGI Fridays and your head gets knocked off its shoulder. Because of fucking Brandon, Camden, Carter, Tanner, whatever his fucking name is. I'll be so pissed. Or you pay for your Popeyes, but you can't now get your Popeyes because they just shut the whole shopping mall down. But what's my fucking Popeyes, man? I paid for it.
All right, hey, I got covered. Head up the stairs.
I'd love it if they were walking up this, just waiting on the escalator instead. I'd love it if they were like waiting on the escalator with the ARs in their hands, just waiting, just as the escalator takes them up to the first floor, using their phone.
Get out of the wall! Get out!
But no, I'm waiting for my fucking Popeyes. I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for my fucking wings. That's what I'd be saying. I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for my fucking wings. I'd be like, I ordered a box of fucking boneless wings, man. They're quite expensive. I need that shit. Bless the people in the massage chairs, just chilling. Bless the people in the massage chairs, just chilling. On their phones, getting a little massage, right? Like, what the fuck?
Get on your face! Hey, hey!
Secure the firearm! I got you, Jordan.
Alright, I got you.
Alright, I think this is a good time to talk about the victim, Alan Coley. This guy was actually homeless, living out of his car.
Fucking
and in
hell.
that situation, there's many people that would commit crimes. They would steal food. They would do all sorts of crimes to get ahead and get out of that situation. But not this guy. He chooses to do DoorDash and be a productive member of society.
Homeless. This Tanner kid disrupted a homeless DoorDash guy's life. For what?
And all he tried to do that day was to deliver food and earn an honest living. On the flip side, you have the aggressor, which is a worthless piece of crap that has probably not worked a day in his life because of his parents. We'll talk about that in just a moment. And he goes to the mall with the sole purpose of...
That's a crazy face, isn't it? That's what he used to look like. No wonder he wears that hat. That's a crazy grill.
Terrorizing society. And even though he's had weapons pulled on him before, that doesn't matter because content is everything in his feeble little mind.
With one shooter in custody, officers must search for a second shooter and their victims.
Hey, where's the Get out of the mall! Get out! Hey!
Yo, this guy wants to kill somebody, innit? This dude here, he wants to kill, bro. He's on 10. This kid here is on 10. I see the way he's walking, like he wants to pop something. He wants to throw a grenade. He wants to throw a stun gun. Like he wants to do something. Stun bomb. This kid wants to he wants to let that gun rock. He wants to let that fucking thing sing. You know? He's a little bit too jacked up. Like, bro, relax, man. Calm down. Calm down.
Get out! Hey, security, come here! Security, come here! We have one. Is there another?
No, sir. That's the only one, sir.
Only one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need you to stay right here, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You saw him first?
No, I don't know who shot.
Okay.
That guy right there, he told me he was the one who shot.
What else do you know?
security. He's bossing around. Come on, man. Let leave Jose alone, bro. Leave Jose alone. He's bossing around the security. Yo, this sheriff, this guy, this armed response guy needs to relax. He's a little bit too jacked up for me.
Get him. He's a witness.
Upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs. All right. Clear that. All right, hold on.
If they saw you behind that, if they opened that toilet door and they saw me like with some multivitamins on my key, like, what do you think they'd shoot me? Like, it's just a key. Boom, 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 boom. It's just a bump. It's just a bump. And if I back towards them and turn around, put your hands up, turn around.
Ready? Clear. Clear. I'm gonna go. Hands up. Let's go. Tienes que salirte. Salirte para afuera. Out. Out. Exit. Out. All right, to the right side. Ready? Move. All right, split your sectors. All right, split left, split right. I'm going left. Go right. Long haul. Hey, hands, come in, hands, come in, hands. I got hands up. I'm holding long. Lots of people in here? I'm ready. Hey, Rossetti, I'm flashing backwards toward you, okay? Backwards? Hey, we got people in this room back here. Oh, what you got? Yep. Hold here, I'm going to go back up to this corner, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay.
Not gonna lie, when it comes to getting your head knocked off your shoulders, a mall's got to be the worst place in it to be, because there's so many long hallways, corners, little rooms and shit. Like, you know, like if you wanted to, you could pick these guys apart if you were training. If you think about it, if you actually had some training, you could pick these guys apart easily in the shopping mall. Probably, lot of area to cover, but these guys seem very, I don't know, I get a lot of frantic energy. No, it makes sense because obviously, you know, armed response and shit, but they seem very nervous. They seem very frantic. They seem very kind of disorganized. It's kind of disorganized chaos going on a bit here. I don't know.
How many victims do we have so far? Hey, hands. Sheriff's office, come out here in the hall. Police.
No, sorry, I'm going the opposite way. I don't care if you're police here. I'm going the opposite way. Police, come here. I'm not coming. I'm coming there. You got a gun. I'm going the opposite way. Police here. Yeah, fuck you. Bye-bye, yeah. Police here. See you later.
Come to the hall. Yeah. Sorry. It's for the police. Sheriff's office. Show your hands. Come out slowly.
We have to wait inside?
No, ven aquí.
Okay, go here.
Policía, ven aquí. Ven aquí. Hands. Manos arriba. Okay.
Are you legal? Yes. You have green card? Yes. Oh, big up the abuelas, man. Leave the abuelas alone, bro. Leave the abuelas alone.
And this is what's really messed up. Tanner Cook put a lot of people in danger that day because right now they're still looking for a second shooter. They don't know how many shooters are there. And if one person does one...
Yeah, exactly. Big up Aiden. Exactly. Big up Aiden in the chat. Exactly. You just told me to leave. Now it's come here. And then put your hand... Like, honestly, cops are the worst, man, isn't it? Leave the mall. Get out. Come here. Policia. What? What the fuck do you want, bro? I'm just trying to get my bonus wings. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. If that was me, I'm not leaving. I'm getting my bonus wings. Give me my fucking wings, man. Before I leave, give me my wings.
One wrong move, you might end up with a bullet in your chest. And that's the thing. All of this could have been avoided if Tanner Cook was employed. If he just found a job, none of this would have happened. Eventually, they found out who the aggressor was, and they just laughed it off because they knew him. They knew very well who the fuck this guy was.
Officers on scene at the mall seem to remember Tanner from one incident in particular.
Wait, it was one of the clowns?
You shot one.
Oh, God.
The one who worked that suit is tall.
Is he alive or?
Get the heck out of my store!
Keep going. Go ahead and tell them, sir. You're the same clowns from Five Guys. Now this is at least 3 times you're doing it.
Hey, how about we get off the scooter? Get out of the scooter. Unbanned from the property?
Yes.
Your ID, your ID. I still need your name. Tanner, same thing for you. You need a sign.
I don't think it's mandatory to provide ID when a criminal action hasn't occurred.
No, it is, actually. He wants you formally trespassed.
Footage from the shooting shows Tanner continued the same antics that have previously led others to pull weapons on him. This time, he faced real consequences.
Now let's ask ourselves, how the hell do you end up with such a useless piece of trash like Tanner Cook? Well, it comes from the top. It comes from the parents. This is what the father had to say about the situation.
Where's the line where it became a life-threatening situation? At no point do you go, oh, there's where it became a physical point where this guy had to defend himself.
Tanner's father also...
Oh my God. His dad enables this behavior. Don't you know it's going to put your kid in danger? Don't you know your kid could die if he carries on doing these pranks? Yo, I get trying to protect your son. I get defending your son, but he's doing these pranks and clearly annoying people to the point where people are pulling guns on him, bro. He might die. And he's out here saying that there's no need to get physical. Like, don't annoy people, then leave people alone, bro. Tell your son to leave people alone. Tell Tanner to mind his business.
Shared that they believed, quote, the media painted Tanner as the aggressor and Alan as the victim without even seeing the video of what happened.
This guy is such a brain-dead mouth drooler. Obviously, the apple is not falling too far from the tree over here. The video is the best evidence against Tanner Cook. It clearly shows him approaching him, intimidating him. Then Alan Coley moves the phone away from his face.
Oh, I remember this. I remember this video. How did he end up outside then? Did he just stagger outside? I remember this. I remember when this happened. Yeah, he harassed him and he pissed and the guy just shot. Yeah. How did he end up outside? On the pavement on the sidewalk? Like, what? Did he run out? Okay.
Is clearly explaining that he doesn't want to engage with these pieces of trash, and then Tanner Cook, being the bully that he is, being 6'5", continues to intimidate his victim, and that's when he got shot. The fact that the dad,
whoever the person was that kid was ordering the DoorDash for, you gotta be so annoyed, don't it? Whoever that was that order, you gotta be so pissed off. You just pick up your order and then he fucking gets in the shooting.
Powerful bunch.
Big ups, Odyssey's.
His father failed him the day he named him Tanner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that name, bro. That fucking name. That's like Cody, innit? Cody and Chad. Fuck off.
Had watched this footage and still doesn't realize that his son is the primary aggressor shows that there's no hope for this family. Honestly, best case scenario for society is that Tanner Cook never has a kid, he doesn't reproduce, and that's where the bloodline ends, because nothing good is going to come out of these people. And don't even get me started on the mom, because clearly you can see that she has been enabling this type of garbage for decades.
Family and I are just grateful and thankful that I have my son here, and nothing else matters right now, and that's it. I want to thank the prosecutors, the Commonwealth prosecutors, Miss Jones and Eden Holmes. They did an outstanding job presenting this case, and we couldn't have had it any better. And regardless of the outcome, you know, the jury's the jury, and we totally respect how our law plays out.
Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. Oh, like fucking hell. Literally, bro. Literally. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at what his parents have created. Look at the monster they created. Look at the monster they created. Look at the monster they created. Oh my God.
And this was the outcome today, and we respect that.
lady, with all due respect, you have completely failed your son. You failed to teach him how to be a productive member of society and want to do actually good for himself. I mean, just look at his face. He has 2 brain cells and they're fighting for 3rd place. His mind is so consumed by clout that even after getting shot, he's still acting like a dumbass and he's still doing pranks for pennies on YouTube.
Yeah.
See, I felt bad for the guy, honestly, but, you know, it just, he has to go through the process of the courts.
But you sent him to jail.
Yeah, but I didn't, you know, want that to happen. It wasn't the plan to just go to the mall and be like, all right, I want someone to go to jail.
So he's saying it wasn't the plan for someone to go to jail, but he's had multiple weapons pulled on him before, which proves that he knew what he was doing. He knew that he could get killed or get someone else killed with his little pranks, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anybody's life, including his own. And that's why someone like that should be, 1, demonetized, 2, deplatformed because they are violating multiple terms of service, and 3, locked up because he is committing multiple crimes. The world would be a better place without Tanner Cook. That is a fact. Now let's talk about the conclusion of the case and what happened to the victim, Alan Coley. He was acquitted of 1 count of
Good,
malicious
thank God.
wounding.
Thank God, thank God.
1 count of use of a firearm in commission of a felony, because what felony was he committing, right? Delivering DoorDash. And then 1 count of unlawful discharging of a firearm in a dwelling. For that, he was found guilty. Now, was he quick on the trigger? Yeah, possibly. But there's one thing that is 100% a fact. If Tanner Cook was not a worthless oxygen thief, if he did anything else in life, even if he just stayed at home at his parents' house without doing shit, none of this would have happened. Alan Coley wouldn't have shot him. He would have delivered his pizza. The people at the mall could have enjoyed their day, and hundreds of thousands of dollars would not have been wasted on all this manpower. Now, there is one problem with the conclusion of this case. I think it's great that he was found not guilty on the most severe charges. Why is Tanner Cook roaming free? Why is he not in jail? What he committed that day was definitely assault. When you go up to someone to intimidate them and then they're trying to back off and you continue to scare them by bullying them with your presence, that is assault. You don't need to touch someone to commit the crime of assault, which is exactly what he did. Why has he not been arrested? Why is his channel still on YouTube? These are very important questions because honestly, I don't think justice has been served in this case. But that's the end of that for now. Huge shout out to Midwest Safety for putting this video together. A lot of research.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised he hasn't made another channel. A clout demon like this, a kid that's this addicted to clout. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to make another channel. Or like it's actually a miracle he's not on Kick or anything, you know? On Rumble or something. It's actually a good thing. Maybe his parents did finally took some center into him or ban him or send him away. Maybe, because I don't really see him anymore on social, so it's probably for the best. But fucking hell, man, what an absolute crazy fucking individual. Miracle he didn't die, to be fair. Miracle he didn't die. Miracle that he didn't die. Oh yeah. What are you guys saying here? Sometimes you catch someone on the wrong day. Exactly. Big up Keith T. Exactly. Big up Eden. Judge said valid, but not next pop. It'd be exactly Isanella. They act like they are player 1. Everyone's NPC. Yep. Just a moment. Menace. Kid in the black hat is a real problem. But yeah. Another enabler, isn't it? Another enabler. You know what I say? We forgive Vitali and give Filipinos this. Yeah, that's a good point, Bo Jackson. Swap Vitali for this kid for sure. He probably needs that. He probably is way deserving of that Filipino prison than even Vitali. He probably needs it more, to be fair. But yeah. Anyway, people, I'm done. Thank you for tuning in. Random Show episode number, what was it, 408 I think, or 405? 405 episode, 405 day 2. I'm gonna do day 3 tomorrow, so thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna head off. I've got to go sleep and shit, but thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Probably gonna do a Taz in the morning, so if you're around, probably gonna do a Taz in the morning. Made a bit of a Random Show again later on today, but we'll do a Taz in the morning if you're around. So thank you for joining me. Taz morning, afternoon, you'll hear that soon. So join that one if you can. But for now, thank you for tuning in. Random Show episode number 405. If you haven't already, make sure you like the stream before you leave. Like the stream before you leave if you haven't already. Like the stream before you leave if you haven't already. Like the stream before you leave if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow for another episode of the Random Show. Alright? Thank you for tuning in. Pleasure to have your company as per usual. Thank you for the company as per usual. Smash the like button. Day 3 coming in. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here. Big up Alrighty. Big up Pre-Van 4 Loco. Big up everybody. Daniel Clements. Big up. Super Jello. Big up. My nuts. Big up. Thank you for loving us. Now leave us. Is hilarious. Peace. Big up Coiler. Big up Coiler in the chat. Yeah, big up everybody. I appreciate all of you. Take care, my friends. Take fucking care. Okay?